What's up, everyone? If you are watching this video, this was something I had live streamed recently here in mid-May of 2023, depending on whenever I get around to posting this on YouTube. I don't expect to have a lot of views or anything. This is something really my YouTube and Twitch channel are just what I use just to record and watch back for fun. But I had some time recently to get around to playing Elden Ring with a little bit of practice. I had played it casually since it was released and just kind of off and on explored, maybe beaten it about 3 or 4 times before this past weekend, where I decided I was going to map out and route a few different things and power-ups where if you went straight for just the required content, what kind of timing could you get it down to? How easy could the game be, especially in its early stages, if you kind of over-leveled yourself or geared up appropriately with a purpose rather than just exploring a lot of the optional content. So this is just kind of a casual playthrough that happens to service as a walkthrough if it could need be, or if anyone happens to pass by and just want some tips. I'll have commentary narrating throughout as I'm rewatching my past stream here. I won't skip through anything, and so you'll see this in real time speed and no cuts or skips or anything, even including you'll see I take a few deaths here, but it's nothing special. Obviously, it's not a display of skill. I'm like I said, I've just played it a few times. And then recently I had some time to actually really kind of practice a couple of runs. I mapped out some of the upgrades. I'm still not super familiar, just from memory. So you'll see as I pause a couple of times and I'm not moving in the game where I'm kind of Googling off to the side where to go. But if you do end up following this, there's probably a lot more direct, better guides out there for what this is accomplishing. But if you do end up following this one, honestly, it would service just as well as anything else. If you're a newer player that's maybe played through, I would recommend on your first playthrough, obviously, that you go through, without too much of a guide and just kind of have fun with it, explore the whole world. It's an open world game in a sense, and you can kind of make a lot of hours on the optional content for fun, which I would of course recommend a couple of playthroughs on that. And then if you do flag this video, maybe save it for watch later, come back around if you're someone who would like to actually play through it. This is just the mandatory content, so I'll be skipping all the optional bosses. They have a lot of really fun story affecting bosses or lore bosses that I do recommend fighting, of course. I'll mention a couple of those maybe, but this is just going to be the mandatory content. So I'll show where I go in my route, just to kind of cut through a lot of the prep time in the first half of the video, to give kind of a direct route. It's not perfect, obviously. This is my second time ever having actually routed things and then tried to go through it. First playthrough was just about 9 hours from beginning to end, and then this one came out to about 5.5, so pretty big improvement on run number 2. But without further ado, there's a lot of gameplay. It's a long video, and so there's plenty of time to talk in between the run. I'll cut this short and just get straight on into it and show you the game. But if you're curious on wanting to play it in a casual sense, nothing that's anything like a speed run, of course, or nothing that's super overpowered, or knowing the best possible strats to guarantee that you're gonna beat a boss in just a few hits, or stagger them before they can ever do any kind of fighting to combat you, which there are strats for that. If you look on YouTube, you'll find some speedrunners who have basically got it down to exactly what to do from the beginning to end of a fight against the main story bosses. That basically guarantees, if you push the right buttons, that you're going to win. This is actual just playing without any of that prior knowledge and just taking every action as it comes, trying to dodge when I can, fight back when I can, except the only thing different is that I've put in early game prep before I actually start any of the fighting. Being that it's an open world game, I have powered up my weapon a lot, as far as you can get it to before you have to basically start the first boss. Leveled up my character a decent amount, picked up a lot of upgrades for heals and things. So we'll go through all that. And so basically it's a way to make the game a casual playthrough that is fun, pretty quick, something you can beat in one play session, sit down, and how to make at least the first half of it pretty easy to where your gear is going to be carrying you without a whole lot of innate skill. And then of course that does tailor off as you get towards the last maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 required bosses. They start to out level me for all the prep work that I did do for the first couple hours, and so it does start to take over where you need to then of course just play the game like you would any From Software game made by this company, where it's really grueling and very precise timing dodged and punished attacks and things like that. So that'll of course come up, but you'll see these after I'm done with the prep part of this, the first half of the bosses, once we do begin fighting, it's gonna be pretty much a cakewalk. So without further ado, sorry about the long intro, we'll get into it. Just watching back my most recent playthrough here, so I'll show you what to start off with. The best class is pretty much one choice. You can really choose any of them, but because the way that it works, you know, with of course most From Software games, you can eventually level up and get the same stats or weapons as any character that you begin with eventually in the game. This one just helps that it starts with a really good weapon and a bow. So we'll choose the samurai, and you see as the keepsake, which is optional gift, I chose a golden seed, so we'll talk about that later. So samurai for the starting weapons, starting stats, and the golden seed is the keepsake. Golden seed is going to end up being how you get more flask uses, flask being your heals to your health or heals to your mana. So basically health potions. So there's a ton of them in the game, but it just helps you already have one up to save time on your run. You don't have to select that, obviously, if you want to go out of your way just to pick up one of the other golden seeds in the world. You could start off with, they have a keepsake for runes, which runes are just currency that you spend to get levels. So if you want to just be a couple levels higher, or you can have a golden seed. I like the golden seed, just it's one less to do. So we skip past this first opening boss. It's pretty much scripted. He's going to pop up as soon as you walk through the very first zone, and you can just fight him and die, or dive off the side. Either way, you're not getting out of that opening zone without dying, even if you beat him. There's no real point to beating him. The weapon that he gives for beating it's mediocre. It's not better than the one that we actually start with. And so you just dive off the side as soon as he pops in the screen. And then it takes you to the very beginning, of course. And now we see our actual flask have popped into our inventory. I'm just assigning those real quick to where I like them to be. You can put those wherever you want. I'm not going to go over the controls too much of the game. So if you're like a brand new player, there's probably better videos. This is really more proof of concept. If you played, you understand, you know how From Software games work in a sense. You may have even played this a few times. I recommend that you do at least once or twice and go through the whole optional content. Probably take you the better part of a month as a new player playing it casually, and then come back here later and just how to feel kind of like a badass and get like over prepped. And it only takes about 2 hours, give or take, if you follow a route. And of course that could be faster, but I haven't researched or watched a lot of other YouTubers do this. There's thousands of videos. This is just something I made my own little route going off of the wiki for Elden Ring. So just run straight ahead right from where you poured in and take that elevator up. Grab this first little drop here. Golden rune. We were talking about runes earlier. Those are something you can use from your inventory to get you more runes. Are currency to basically, currency is how you spend to become leveled up. So, and then grab this one here at the forge. It's going to be a smithing stone. Smithing stones are your upgrades for your weapons. So we'll go over that more later. I went and popped this. That's how you actually use it, or I didn't, sorry. Didn't actually pop it. Because, yeah, I wouldn't be able to afford something. I'll come back to this merchant later. You don't, nothing right away is anything that you can miss in this first 2 hours of prep. We don't actually start the game. There are some lockouts and very, very few select areas once you progress through about half of the required story, but for these first good 2 hours, don't worry if you missed anything, skipped around. You're not gonna get locked out of anything. I pick up these throwing daggers called kukri, not really sure, but they're right there. They can come in handy for something later, just to have a little ranged. He does have a bow as a starting samurai, so that's fine. If you don't pick up the throwing daggers, they're just there to have as a backup as well. But this is going to be mostly a melee, of course, video. There's very few spells I'll be using other than just for buffing myself, but not actually damaging. Sorcery's fine. I never really had a chance to practice it too much, but it is fine if you want to do that. Sit at the first grace here down the road, and you're going to automatically talk to Melina. She gives you the whistle, which you can call the infamous torrent horse. I used a golden seed there just to upgrade my flask. Like I was saying earlier, it gives you more uses of your actual health potions by using golden seeds. A lot of the upgrades are going to be like basically currencies that you'll have to use. Smithing stones being a weapon upgrade that you have to go to a forge and use to actually upgrade your weapon. A golden seed using out of grace to actually upgrade your flask. Something called a sacred tier upgrades how much in and of one single use of a flask will give you, if that makes sense. So golden seed's actual flask amount of charges, 5, 6, 7 different potions, and then a sacred tier is how much that one single use of that potion heals your health bar or mana bar. So both things are important. And then runes, the golden runes, are how you get currency to spend at the graces to actual level up the stats of your character. So anyway, I think I've given enough prep. I will try not to narrate non-stop from here on out, starting to where it's only every time I pick up, go to a place that I need to point out that's important, pick up a thing, kill an enemy, mark something on the map. So sorry about the continuous intro. If you're tired of my voice already, you're welcome to mute it and just watch. You'll get all the information from the video as you can watch what I pick up, and I would just narrate because I do out of habit pick up a lot of things that really aren't needed. Like I said, I don't have a perfect memory route after just playing this game only about 4 or 5 times, and then twice with an actual purpose where I've made my own little notes for a map. So definitely don't have everything memorized, and I'll notate if something that I pick up is not useful or if it actually is. Like for that one, we just need 1, but the gold pickled foul foot is definitely important. It's gonna come in later. And then with that said, I'll kind of hush up here, and I apologize lastly for if the quality here, I think it's just barely HD. I want to say maybe 720 in an age of 2K and 4K. I do play in a 2K monitor. My game settings, my PC graphics, everything's fine on my end. It was actually my Twitch stream because my internet upload is not great, so that's about as high as my upload bitrate can allow for, is to give it about 720 or so. Maybe a very pixelated 1080. I'm not sure what it'll come out to me on YouTube when I upload this, but so that's a internet upload issue, nothing to do with my actual PC specs, even though you will see a couple of lag spikes here and there, but that I've been told that's an Elden Ring thing. So even people with the best of the best specs, they get unavoidable lag spikes once in a while. It's something to do with Elden Ring, so it shouldn't be on our side, but I don't know. That's the only game I've ever lagged currently. But anyway, yeah, from here on out, enjoy. I'll point out what's important. Starting with right here, there was a item drop or a cookbook pickup that I thought I was in the right area, and I already at the very start of the run, not a great start to be a walkthrough, and me myself get kind of lost. It's not at the camp right there, so you can kind of disregard. Didn't waste too much time. It's fine. We needed to go this way anyway eventually to cross this bridge, so heading southeast right now. If you've watched, all we've done is pick up some kukri, talk to Melina to get the torrent whistle. Almost die right here when I get knocked off the horse. Dodge through that. And then we picked up a gold foot fowl for something later that's going to give us some more runes. But got another smithing stone right here. Stone sword key. Those are good. Go ahead and grab them. And we've crossed the bridge, and that's pretty much all we've done. Is we've gone from the starting zone of Limgrave to Weeping Peninsula. So grab as many graces as you can. They'll be there for you to fast teleport, as well as resting to give all your flasks back, your health back if you were damaged. But they'll also be there if you've grabbed a grace. You have to actually just light it to teleport. You don't have to actually sit at it to be able to fast teleport, but you do have to light it. And then you'll see here I'm marking stuff, going through my own little notes off on my second monitor as I was playing this on stream, notating where some things are. And I think that was pretty much it for prep. Other than there's two different types of smithing stones. I'll show you the starting weapon is totally fine. You can get through about a good half of the mandatory bosses with just this weapon if you do power it up. I'll be switching it out before I actually fight any boss of importance. I'll just kill a few like small enemies that are for items with it. And so the smithing stones that just say regular smithing stone, like you see I picked up one, that's for this item, this katana called the Uchigatana, and they have a second type of upgrade for different weapons called somber smithing stones. So confusing, of course, but the somber is going to be for the actual in-game weapon. I'm only going to use two weapons to keep this simple. There's a ton that you could get that are all useful. I would recommend just playing around and researching with what you think is fun. But if you've already played the game and you kind of have a decent idea of what you like as far as a slow strength based weapon, a fast dex one, two-handing, whatever you want to do, that's totally your call. There's some things that will pass by, and I'll just point to it just because we happen to walk by and say like this weapon's actually decent. If you want it, we're right here. But for me, I'm only going to use the Uchigatana for the prep part of it, and then the Bloodhound Fang for the entire boss run. It's good enough to get you all the way to the very last boss as far as damage. That one requires somber smithing stones. So two different types of smithing stones. So another golden seed right here. And so that's pretty much it for prep. But like I said, kick back. It's kind of a long one. And I will point out every time we find an upgrade. There's about 30, a little bit less golden seeds that we need to grab. So there's quite a bit. About 12 sacred tears. Only about 9 or 10 somber smithing stones, so there's not too many of those to upgrade the Bloodhound Fang all the way to full. I'm not going to upgrade the Uchigatana all the way to full since I'm not actually keeping it. It's just a few levels that I get from smithing stones that I happen to pass by, the regular ones, just to kind of make the early prep kills easy. But I won't be fighting anything too hard with it, so I won't take that one to the max. So yeah, making some more notes here for myself. In the zone below where you start in Limgrave was the one above us with that big lake in the middle. We're in the Weeping Peninsula now below, and these kind of structures on the map, they'll have sacred tiers at them, called churches. So if you do pass by a church, most of them will have a sacred tier. That's the one that buffs your flask potency, not the one that gives you more charges, the golden seed. So anyway, slowly making our way here. You don't need a lot of this stuff you'll see popping up on the right side, the flowers, the fruits, just to kind of out of habit. And also, I'm not exactly sure, in the area or something's close by, I'll be picking up some extra, like these are crafting materials, these all the plants and things like that. The one that I did need out of that whole thing, which there's plenty more, so don't worry about I just happen to get one, but we're gonna pass by like a ton more. Was a smoldering butterfly. It helps craft some fire, basically buff later that we'll use. So it's a crafting, all that stuff that you just kind of see lying on the ground, mostly for crafting. So yeah, we'll come back to that later. Don't worry about circling back from one single butterfly if you had missed it. There's like 30 or something just that we pass by naturally. You can disregard all this other stuff. I did pick up the leaf just out of pure habit, but it's not important. The sacred tier is, as we pass by the rats that are sitting inside this church kind of ruin. And we're pretty much done with this little area. Make our way to the next sacred tier. So, find your way down to the bridge here, making sure that you don't drop too much. There is, of course, falling damage, and then a certain height distance where it's just your full health bar death, no matter how much health you have. So after a certain falling point, I don't know if I fall off in this run or not. I've definitely done it. It's a very large game, so I may do it once, but it's pretty easy to misjudge, and right there I was able to find the ledge right above the bridge. You might have to rewind to see exactly where to go for that. It's kind of confusing. But another church here. This is my little marker. Those blue things, those are the things I put on the map. I just run through it just to make it go away. You can manually remove them, of course. If you put a marker down, you can go in and click on it again to remove it, but I just run through it to make it do that. Another sacred tier at this church, and we have one more to go in this particular zone, at least. Yeah, poor livestock of this game. They can attack. They're not really aggressive, more like defensive. But pretty much anything that you see that's alive wants to kill you. Besides these things, they're the only ones that are pretty passive. I just happen to. There's no need for what I'm doing, but I just happen to kill them on the way through. They give, as you saw, like a very minimal, 5 runes a kill. Just the off chance that as I'm running through, it's a free kill anyway. It doesn't alter my path or waste time, and so if it adds up to 30 or 40 runes, I might get a early level out of it, whatever, but not needed for our run. Nothing that they drop, or not a lot of XP. You don't have to kill any of the livestock. We'll go over what's important. Another sacred tier, last one I think in Weeping Peninsula, so we should be done here. The entire whole lower map area of this game is already completed. It's just one golden seed, and then 3 sacred tiers, I believe, and that's pretty much it. Nothing that we have to kill that I can remember. Maybe there's something in that forest that I come back for, but I can't remember off the top of my head. So porting back to Limgrave, the starting area, got surprised by an NPC. They'll do this sometimes depending on where you progress to. It's this is not needed for our playthrough. This is someone who wants a special ending, or also a handful of different sorcery related spells. So if you're a magic user, follow up with Ranny's Rani's quest line. Go ahead and Google that. I'm not going to be doing any of the quests or anything to do with the NPCs throughout this. This is, like I said, just the mandatory bosses, just what would get you without any actual like skips or glitches or anything warping or anything unintended, just actual game mechanics to get you from beginning to end, mandatory bosses to reach the credits. And so let's see, I check on there is a one upgrade that I can do. I have just enough smithing stones to make the Uchigatana a little stronger at the forge there. There's other forges. That's just the first one that you can run into, but there's other forges. And eventually you'll come to, you'll see there's like a home base type of place called the round table, like your center area. This next part is if I were to play again. Again, this was just my second time after a practice route map, a practice route map that I had made myself without really copying from anyone, so it's not perfect. I would cut out this whole part where you see me right behind the starting area with the merchant Kale and his forge. Right behind that forge, you can use those like little sunken kind of rooftop things to like jump up here to a hill above and get to an area that's coming up with a bunch of jellyfish. I just go up here because there's a power up that you can apply to your weapon to make it do extra damage. There's no need to grab this right now. Before we actually go to even use that, there are like a ton more of those that I didn't realize that I just naturally come across. I had just researched this was like the first earliest version of it that you can grab, so get it if you want to, but just know it's called magic grease. It's something that you put on your weapon that just lasts for a minute, makes your weapon hit for extra magic damage. And so you see that I picked up ×3 on that one drop. Not needed. The ashes, you'll see right there, the blood rose, just me picking up random stuff, hoping that it's... I don't know all of the things that are sometimes runes or smithing stones. You can't really tell by looking at it. It just looks like the same upgrade as anything else. Here's a golden seed right here when I jump down. So you just fall down off that ledge, and the golden seed you do actually want, obviously. Mushrooms, you don't really need them. They're fine, but for our run, we're not going to use them. So yeah, you can skip about 3 or 4 minutes of going up to grab the magic grease, because there's plenty more in the run, ironically. Grab this stone sword at this shack right here called Stormhill Shack. Talk to this merchant. We'll come back here later. Once she leaves the area, she leaves behind another golden seed, so that's important, but she just doesn't give it to you right now. Again, the ashes are not important for our playthrough. Ashes are this game's version of a like summon, as if you were like a sorcerer in other games where you can like summon helpers or pets. I guess it's like a way of having pets. Something new, like Dark Souls 3 had NPC summons that would be like smart NPC players. They also still have this in this game. They didn't take that away. They just also added, in addition to that, summons, which are, so you'll have multiple different ways that you can get help. I don't use any of that in this run. There's no reason not to. It doesn't hurt anything. They can actually make some of the toughest fights just a walk in the park. So I have used it on like my first playthrough, but this was just kind of a proof of concept. If this is like your first couple of times playing, go ahead and use the summons if you want. There's nothing wrong with it. It'll be quite fun. They help distract the boss, obviously. They help out, do a little bit of damage depending on if you level it up, but mostly they're benefit is that they just add another body to distract an otherwise very tough or aggressive boss sometimes. Perfectly fine. I just, for fun and a challenge, I decided to play through without any of the NPC summons or the actual Ash summons. As you were seeing here earlier now, I was referring to a butterfly that I had picked up, and as you see on screen, there's like plenty right there. So if you missed that one before, here's the first kill that I'll do. This is just a regular enemy, nothing special. And we kill him because he drops, as you see, an Ash of War Golden Vow. That's the one and only Ash of War buff that we're going to use. There's multiple, but you can only have one up at a time anyway. And so I'm choosing this one as my preferred throughout the run. It just makes, when we do use it for a limited time, it's going to make our damage go up and make us also absorb damage a little bit, or I guess reduce damage done to us a little bit. You can drop down, grab this Exalted Flesh. It's an item that you can pop for a short duration to make you do more damage. There's just limited those. Like Golden Vow, the Ash of War, is a buff that we'll be able to use over and over and over. But this consumable, as they call it, the Exalted Flesh, is a consumable. That's something you use it and it's gone. So you can only use as many as you actually have. So come up here and jump up on this hill to find the next thing that we're going to kill. Is actually a friendly NPC, poor guy, called Alexander. This first part, he actually asked for this. He asked us to help pop him out, and then normally he would be our friend for the rest of the run, but he, unfortunately for him, has something that we want. So if you're doing quests on your first playthrough, trying to go for a completion run, you know, go ahead and keep him alive. But he drops something if you do kill him right away here. The first time you see him, that is a talisman. The best way I can describe talisman are going to be basically like in other games what your accessory slots would be. They're like your jewelry, so it's not actual armor or weapons, but it's just a item that you have up to, eventually, right now we don't, but four slots later, that you'll be able to put on four talisman total. Think of it like your bracers or rings and like other MMO games. Cross this bridge, we'll grab another smithing stone. But yeah, so that was the first talisman. He drops it, makes one of our skills on our weapons. Skill being like, instead of just swinging it normal dry swinging R2 or L2, if you do the innate weapon skill, also known as the Ash of War, if you do the Ash of War, that talisman we picked up just makes it hit harder, more effective, so that one will come in handy. The Uchigatana comes with like a very, very, very good Ash of War for early game, is why the Samurai is kind of the best starting class. You can obviously get the Uchigatana in the world if you do end up picking any other class as well. This just saves a lot of time that we just start with it, and it's, to me so far, the, like, for what our purposes are, the best opening Ash of War. You saw me use it on the guy on the horse earlier. Just kind of rear back and overhand swing your sword. Does a lot of damage. I'll probably do it to this NPC too. I can't remember. Maybe I just kill him straight up. But another friendly guy, just like Alexander. This is just a regular charged R2 attack. Oh, there it is. There's the Ash of War was, as you saw at the very last swing, called Unsheathed. Unsheathed just does a lot of damage if you can connect with it. To go over how they have melee swings, you'll have L2 and R2s. That's just based on like what the controller buttons are for, but you could play with keyboard and mouse, and I guess you would call that left and right click, maybe. I think that's how it works, but we'll refer to it as L2 and R2. L2 just being your fastest dry swing, just a regular old quick attack, and R2 is going to be, depending on how long you hold it down for and let it go, a charged heavy. Kind of think of it as like a heavy melee swing. Still a dry swing. It doesn't come with any special skill attached to it. It's just going to do melee damage, but it's going to hit harder, of course. So if you can get it off, of course, the trouble with that being that most bosses are not going to give you an open window to do a long charged up attack, except in rare cases. So you'll see, we'll try to get off as many of those as we can. This game has a huge benefit to getting off R2 charged attacks because they tend to stagger the boss, staggering, just basically stunning it, and then let you get in another couple of free attacks after that. So it's something that's very, very, very tough to do with the L2s unless you're just relentlessly getting hits in unblocked and not dodged without any time in between them. You'd have to be pretty good, but with the R2 you can kind of slowly build your way to a stagger. So we picked up there something very important. One last type of buff that looks like a flask, but instead of giving you like health or mana, called a physic. The physic is something new to this game that they didn't have before in the previous FromSoft games, even though they had health and mana potions or some other way. This one has one use physic, but it's not a consumable because it recharges every time you sit at a graze. So just like the other health and mana potions, they don't run out for good. They just run out as you use them until you rest or die. And so same thing with the physic. It just has one use. So obviously before a tough fight, a very dense area, a big, boss mob, something like that, something that you want to use your physic, it just is going to apply buffs to make you even stronger. So you've got all kinds of different buffs. You've got that cookbook that we just picked up, by the way. You can disregard the specifically nomadic. There's a couple of cookbooks we will need. I'll point out that specific one I was just kind of out of habit. These lilies, you don't necessarily need them. We're going to go down into our kind of first little, I don't know what you would call it. It's not a dungeon, but they do have dungeons or catacombs. This is not really one. But second talisman we're going to get down here within the Limgrave forest ruins there, as you can see on the map. Grab the Axe Talisman. Axe Talisman is just going to make our charged R2 heavy melee swings just hit harder. So we've got one for the actual skill of a weapon and one for R2 heavy swings. But yeah, going back to the buffs, the physic, just for a short duration, you pop that potion and it's going to give you a variety of different like buffs that, depending on what you can put, you have a choice of what you can put into the physic, so it doesn't innately just come with just one or two different things. You have tons of different ones. We'll stick to I think there's only really like 3 throughout this entire run that I switch between. I'll stick to those primarily. So and then so you have the mixed physic buff that you would pop. You have an Ash of War Golden Vow that we're going to use. That's a weapon that a buff that you put on a weapon, that makes your character stronger. We have an actual like spell in our other hand, our offhand, that we're gonna like also pop later on that makes us stronger. I'm trying to think. And then we have the grease that I picked up as a way to coat your actual weapon with something like fire, lightning. So a variety of different buffs that all last for a short duration, around anywhere from 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Most of them are about like 60 seconds, but they can kind of vary. Some are pretty short, and I think the Golden Vow is the best one at like, I want to say, is it 1 to 3 minutes? I can't remember, but the physic is usually pretty good too. But I'll go over all that. So just grabbing a couple more. These are physic buffs, the cracked tear and things. The spiked cracked tear is something that you can put inside of your physic potion So one of the choices, we'll stick with that one throughout the run. It makes our melee hit harder again, charged attacks. Talk to this merchant. We do this actually is an important buy that I'm doing right now, so pay attention. We're purchasing these Saint Trina arrows. They actually will put an enemy to sleep later. And then I bought the smithing stones as well. Not required. The Uchigatana, you don't have to buff it up if you're trying to like save or you miss out, or if you don't get the exact. I'm going to go over the somber smithing stones later to make sure that your Bloodhound Fang, the in-game weapon, is fully buffed up appropriately. But the Uchigatana, since we're only using it to kill like these friendly NPCs and things that are not really fighting back, just to make that fast, we're just grabbing whatever we can, but it's not required. I think the only thing that I honestly actually fight with it throughout this whole run that like fights back or gives any challenge is ironically the boss or mini optional boss itself that drops the Bloodhound Fang. So literally the guy who we have to fight to get the Bloodhound Fang is the only thing that I even fight, and I think I took my Uchigatana to like, I don't even know, level like 4 or 5 or something just to even fight him, and it was plenty. But whatever smithing stones you run by is fine. If you don't grab them, no big deal. Just running up here through this fort to grab an item that's going to let us teleport to a mandatory area. So this is needed. It's not an optional item. We do actually need this to teleport somewhere in the game that we have to progress to. We'll go over that later. It's like basically a big elevator. So we have half of the medallion to use the elevator. We had picked up a golden seed earlier at the site of grace right outside this fort, so we needed to come here anyway, so serves a dual purpose. And now we're pretty much done with this little kind of nook lower right corner of Limgrave, ready to make our way up into now to this upper red area here. Is you'll see in the map, it's called Caelid, and Caelid is the first area where the enemies are going to visibly be a lot stronger than you're meant to be. This is where on a casual playthrough, the first time you'll run into noticing that the game intended for you to stay in these first couple of zones called Limgrave, and the one at the bottom, Weeping Peninsula, that we picked up a few upgrades and then just basically disregarded it completely. I think we might be done with Limgrave even to the main area here, unless there's one or two things, but that's pretty much it. We got the golden seeds, the sacred tears, the Saint Trina's arrows, the mixed physic is here, one of the mixed physics buffs out of the few that I would need, called a cracked tear. And now we're headed to Caelid, using those little swirly wind tunnel things that you can see. They allow you to jump much higher than you can naturally go, so it's just like a way to take a shortcut or get you to a higher elevated plane without having to run all the way around. So as we walk into Caelid, you can disregard the church that was on the left. That one does not have a sacred tear. It's one of the few. And we're going to be in an area now where if you do get into a fight, this is pretty much stuff that can one or two shot you. They're much stronger than they were before. They take more effort to kill. This is somewhere, even though, as you see, you can just walk right into it. It is open. It's not like we used any kind of special ability to get here. It's still just a very high level area, so proceed with caution. But just to let you know, like I said, this first couple hours we're just picking up upgrades, so we're not really fighting anything yet, so nothing to worry about. If your level's low, just try to kind of follow along. Hopefully this wouldn't, like I said, be your first playthrough anyway. If you're just watching for fun, kicking back and relaxing, and just wanted to see something that is a casual run through where I'm not of any notable skill, I'm not someone who can go through the game in one round every boss without dying or not getting hit, but you didn't want to watch necessarily like a multi 60 part 100-hour video. If you just wanted to watch something that in this second attempt of mine had gotten down to about 5.5 hours. I'll probably keep playing, trying to get it down to my goal is about 4. Of course, speed runners now have gotten it down to like 1 single hour, but of course they're what they do is just upgrade things that make them stronger to hit, but don't worry about their defense because their idea is that they're just not going to get hit. So I am not that good. I'm nothing special here. I got okay at Dark Souls 3, but this one's plays a little differently. It has the same concept, but some of the feel, even the timing, is just a little different. The bosses tend to use a little bit more ranged attack, projectile kind of things, and they're just kind of more relentless. And Elden Ring. So I got okay at that one, but I'm definitely not anywhere near a no-hit runner. So I do grab all the defensive upgrades to get our health potions, our flask as beefy as possible, in addition to the thing that they would usually do is for the speedrunners just get weapon upgrades just to make themselves stronger and then just annihilate the bosses. So yeah, they can do it in about an hour. My second attempt ever, just having a path where I play still pretty casually, but with a purpose, is down to 5.5, and I'm going to try to get it to 4 over the next couple of days. And once I get there, I'll probably stop. But as you see, those little scarabs, they just run away. They don't typically like attack you outright. They might like explode or something as they're dying, but they don't like actually melee attack you or anything. They'll just try to roll away. They all have upgrades of different kinds. You'll see a bunch of ones, but that I pass up. That one we killed because it has a somber smithing stone we were talking about earlier. The somber smithing stones are going to be for the Bloodhound thing, the other late game weapon that I use. Another somber smithing stone here is just sitting on the corpse in the chair. So that one's very important. That one, you saw I just got an 8 and a 9. The 8 off the scarab, the 9 off of the guy in the chair. Our weapon only goes to 10 for somber weapons. And so those are like the 2 latest ones to get already here in this very early accessible zone. But we do have to buff our weapon in order to actually get it leveled up, so it's not like you can skip. We still do need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I just got 8, 9, and then the last one for level 10 is something called like Ancient Somber. Instead of just called like Somber 10, it's actually called like Ancient Somber Smithing Stone or something along those lines, like a special. There's only so many of those. Regular Smithing Stones and regular Somber, up until the very, very last upgrade, you can end up at a certain point just getting like an unlimited amount that you can even purchase off of an NPC. It's not open at the start of the game, so we're not going to do that because we're trying to get prepped up here as early as possible before you would ever have to really fight. But in a casual playthrough, you can end up towards like almost the end of the game just purchasing everything up until the very last, and then the Ancient Stone, there's just a few of those, so limited on how many weapons you can like fully upgrade. So we're gonna go in this fort past all the dragons here in Caelid. Pretty deadly area. Just need to grab a couple of things, one of them being the other half of that medallion that we grabbed in the other fort, so that we can use the elevator later. So we do have to come here. It's also got something else we need, so it ends up being multi-purpose, but we grab that and we go to get the upgrade, another talisman. So we're coming up on like talisman number 3. There's only 4 that we can wear, and we're already about to have 3. We can't wear all 4 right away. As we progress through the game, you'll get access to more talisman slots. I missed the jump there. You can see that. I'll just go right back up. This area can be very deadly. Any of this stuff, like I said, in this whole zone, I'm just kind of getting lucky or dodging around, but if you get hit by even what looks like a weak enemy, and I think I do take a death here, anything can basically one-shot you, so we're just running through this stuff, not here trying to farm runes. So make the jump here to the right around the corner. Huh, I guess I don't. I thought I had died here. Maybe that was on a previous playthrough, so I do die right here, but this is on purpose because it's just easier. Every time you die, what happens is the runes that you were carrying, they get dropped, just like when other From Software games, they get dropped at your feet where you lied, where you died, and you have to go back to get them if you want them. I did not really have anything. I think I had like 91 runes, basically nothing. So that was, I grabbed the talisman, and it was easier to just let the rat kill me and take the grace port back. And I believe now is, if you need to grab a snack or some water without pausing the video, this is going to take about 3 to 4, I think it's about 3 to 4 minutes of nothing but hitting this dragon that's conveniently placed right here next to the fort in Kaled. You don't have to buff your weapon with. This is one of the greases I was talking about, like makes your weapon glow and it adds damage. That would be good on like a boss, but as you can see, the health bar just at the kind of top left of the screen, slightly under my own health and endurance, you'll see the this dragon's health. Each actual swing I'm doing is basically nothing, and that's intended. It's a very beefy mob that does not fight back. One of very few, if not maybe the only. I'm not sure, but they put this in. If you have the will and the determination to actually kill this thing and take the time, it's going to give you a whole lot of runes for levels, so it's a free, huge level power-up. That's why we're doing this. And so the actual grease on my weapon is doing not much added damage. I just had it, and I don't need it later, so it was just use it because I have it, but not because you need it. Don't worry if you don't. The only thing you need is the Uchigatana you start with. It has an innate bleed buildup proc. You can call it a proc, except a proc means in other games like it goes off randomly. In Elden Ring, build-up status is not random. It goes off after you've inflicted it enough of a percentage of a bar, just basically by like continuously attacking the same target. You'll see maybe earlier you noticed like a little green bar of poison. Something was building up on my screen earlier towards the middle as I was in the fort. That was a poison status. If they had done it enough to reach full bar, I would have become poison. They have different statuses in this game, like they have cold. If you build up enough cold, then it'll proc a frostbite. So it'll make frostbite. Bleed, if you notice every once in a while, just out of nowhere, a chunk of health will be taken off for about 13,000, because the reason that is that bleed is every time something bleeds, it's percentage based. So otherwise this dragon would take about an hour to kill, probably. I honestly don't know. Just killing it melee with an unleveled new character with a low level weapon and no plus to strength and dex. But the bleed is a percentage thing, and so after I build up enough of it by just hitting it, it's going to eventually take off a percentage. Slightly lost my train of thought there as my cat was in the background, just muted myself and had to deal with. So if you hear any awkward repeats or skips, I don't skip the video at any point. I'll just show that cut and dry. But my audio might come in and out depending on if he's in the room. You'll see me pop the golden foot there. This is important before the boss dies. It'll last for a few minutes, so you don't have to do it at the very end if you don't want to risk mistiming it. I just wouldn't do it at the beginning because it doesn't last as long as it takes to kill that. So about halfway through, pop the golden foot. It's going to basically just increase the amount of runes that you would get for that very large kill. As you see there, we just got over 96,000. I think it naturally would give about 65, and then the foot made it give even more. And then all the golden runes that I just kind of picked up in the world, just using those since I'm about to level up anyway. This will be the first time that we level. Or we would try to, except Melina decided to give us a visit. We have to accept her request to go to the round table, which I was saying earlier is the kind of local stronghold, or it's the center NPC area for all your upgrades and different quest lines and things. So this one has a merchant you can buy some different things from. The one that we actually need is going to be called this finger seal, and I just choose the dagger. You can honestly get any weapon. The dagger I choose is because it's the lightest weight. We'll talk about weight later. And I buy the knight set of armor that she sells. The armor in this game, it makes a fairly small or unnoticeable difference in how much damage you absorb on its own when combined with anything else after you're buffed up, and it's just one of the many pieces of the puzzle to help you be a little bit tankier. So I do buy the knight set. It's pretty good. At the forge here, I was talking about how they have different forges. This is the main one. This is your main smith. And I just buffed up the Uchigatana just a little bit more. And there's different things. He can also add a smith. He can help you apply your Ash of War. The reason I got the dagger is what we're going to put that Golden Vow Ash of War that we picked up earlier. We're going to put that on the dagger. We don't want to put it, even if we could, I don't even know if you can, but we don't want to put it on the Uchigatana to not override its unsheathed Ash of War that it comes with. And so when you put a Ash of War like buff, one that doesn't really do like a style or hit for damage, but it just gives you a buff that makes your character stronger, you can put it on a separate weapon that you're holding. I put it on a dagger, which is like the lightest weight item that I could find off the maidens there, the NPCs. So that way it doesn't add too much weight to my character. The more weight that you add, the slower that you're going to roll and dodge out of the way. Armor, weapons, everything is going to add to that. Talisman, so the more that you're actually physically wearing. So we get lightweight dagger just to apply the Golden Vow buff is its only purpose. And then we switch back to our actual like damaging weapon, Uchigatana, to do like actual damage and swings, and then its own style with that one. So kind of how Ash of Wars work. You have to actively switch to the weapon for the buff that you want, and then go back to your other one. In our left hand, our other offhand right now, you can see I'm using a shield, but we're not actually gonna, the whole run we're not actually gonna use the shield. So it just starts with that one. It does come in handy for some bosses. If you're good at parrying, you can parry. I never really practiced that, so I don't parry throughout this whole run. So we're gonna disregard the shield and pretty much just keep the finger seal. I don't know what you call it. I guess a weapon, but it's not something that you swing. But it's basically for casting spells. It's something we're putting in our left hand, and it's going to apply a different type of buff. So we'll be able to have the Golden Vow up at one point, and then the finger seal will cast a different buff that I will go and pick up. They'll both stack at the same time. You can see I'm putting on the knight's armor now. A little heavier, but it's still got me at a medium equipment load, which is what we'll try to stay at. They have light, medium, and heavy, and you just want to avoid heavy mainly because that's where you start to roll really slow. Light is better, but that's pretty much only achievable by being just about naked, and the speedrunners obviously are going to do that because they're not planning on getting hit, but we are obviously in this casual run, so we're going to go up to the middle ground. Medium roll is just good enough to dodge with precise timing. It just doesn't give you a whole lot of room for error. And if you do get hit, you'll have armor to actually absorb. So nothing that we run into this entire run that is an actual boss once we go to fight is going to one-shot us that I can remember from this run. It might get pretty close, and then we'll die a few times because of combo hits, like where they do 2 or 3 that don't let you really get a heal off in between. But I don't think there's anything that officially one-shots where we're trying to fight back. There might be a couple of deaths in this early prep stage, but that's where we haven't leveled up a lot yet, and we're not necessarily really trying to fight anything just yet. You'll see down here I am going to aggro or attract the attention of a boss. Optional. It's a very optional boss, just like how that dragon up ahead was. We killed it because it doesn't fight back, gives us a lot of runes. There's a cavalry, which is like a knight on top of a horse boss up ahead. Again, we don't have to do this. If you're struggling with this, I would recommend, if you're spending a whole lot of time on it, there's a certain point where like the more time you invest, you could have gotten that amount of runes from it just by like maybe killing other enemies if you are upwards of like on this for like a half an hour or something. But if with enough practice, if you can get it, in the first like 5 or so tries, it gives you about half the runes as that dragon does. But you see I don't get it on this first one here. It's kind of RNG random, but you run around here. Basically, you have to rest at the grace, make sure that it's nighttime. You notice you can pass the time. He is a nighttime spawning boss only. Definitely optional, but he gives a lot of runes. So we're going to pass the time, make it nighttime, run right past him on the bridge to attract his attention, and immediately take a hard right around that corner at the end of the bridge, and hope that he follows us and goes for an attack that makes him run off the side and fall to his death. Sort of an exploit. I think maybe pretty much the only one that we'll use in this run. It's not a cheat, depending on how familiar you are with the difference. It's not something where we're altering the game code or we're pushing inputs that do unintended warping or anything like that. It legitimately is, as you see here. I don't get it on this try either. I have to go back around. Luckily he misses, and I try to get him to jump after me while I'm very close to the edge, and he just misses. Yeah, right there, the hill. He falls off. So it's a exploit in the fact that we're abusing his weakness, but legitimately he is falling to his death as an enemy. And so that is a real win. Honestly, it's not, how should I say, something where we have broken the game, hacked, cheated, anything along those lines, used any kind of third-party software. There's a couple of bosses, but we won't run into the other ones that you can do that on. Well, I guess we do actually pass by one. I end up just fighting it legitimately because I'm not reliably going to be good enough to make another one fall off the cliff that we'll run by. I'll mention that one later. But there is one more in this run, and total altogether, I'm sure there's who knows how many in the game that you could do that. You can get them real close to the edge and then parry with your shield to kind of just nudge them a little bit until they fall off. Again, you're just all you're doing is, if this was, real fighting, you're just pushing someone off of a cliff. As you saw with the scarab that I earlier, that looks like this, it rolled itself off of a cliff and died earlier and gave me its power up. So enemies, have falling damage just like we do, and I just happened to bait that cavalry into doing that, so nothing that you'd have to worry about being looked at as like illegitimate play. I do die here. I don't know if this is like, the second time maybe. Again, this area is way above what we should be for, and we're just grabbing upgrades off of scarabs and things right now. We'll come back for it, grab our runes that were on the floor, and he has, I believe, either a somber stone or a golden seed that we want off of him. One of the two, probably a somber stone. we'll go ahead and clear this enemy out. Even though we've only leveled up just a little bit, just by those few levels that we've done, have helped us to make sure we can pretty much three or four shot that guy, which would be even harder if we had just walked here straight away without killing the dragon, without getting the Knight's Cavalry to run off the edge and giving us the free runes. So, and I had mentioned leveling. I never did go over the stats. There's another somber. We already had a somber 9, so I just picked up an extra. If you want to level a different weapon or a second backup weapon, other than just having the one Bloodhound Fang, I'll end up showing. Because they're pretty much on the way, I'll end up showing a few extra somber stones than just the one that I need. And so that was the case there, just to have a backup. Another golden seed as we run up the hill here towards this sanctum, and you can disregard this gate boss, just optional. Starting stats are going to just depend on what weapon layout that you need as far as how much strength or dex, and then they have your kind of casting stats, which are like faith and intelligence. We don't need, for this run, what we're using, we don't need intelligence or arcane to kind of sort of casting stats. They do different things, but they can make, there's also a handful of weapons they actually can make hit harder even though they're melee. There's some melee weapons that have innate casting benefit to it, to where if you level up that, but we're just going to use a regular old-fashioned dex-based weapon. So that's what I'll primarily level as my damaging stat. You won't see me really put anything else other than the bare minimum into strength just to hold the weapon. So I'll have a little bit of strength just to like physically. It has a requirement on each weapon. Has like a minimum requirement that you need this strength or this dex. Excuse me, this strength or this dex. Each weapon has like its own base minimum requirement that you need to hold it just to even like wield it properly. Minimum strength, dex, maybe even sometimes arcane or one of the other stats. So I'll just get just the minimum required strength, and then I'll pump everything else into dex to do the actual damage. As it levels up, makes my weapon stronger. The rest I'll be putting primarily into vigor, is our health stat. This is, as compared to Dark Souls 3 and other FromSoft games, vigor is just hugely important and game changing in this game for whatever reason. I don't know how it works out that way, whereas a decent mixture, or even leveling that one as the second or third important stat in line in other games was just fine. This one you want to keep vigor as your highest, try to get it to a certain threshold almost immediately, and damage is going to be like completely secondary. It's interesting how that works, but just somehow the way bosses are, just being able to have even like a minimum amount of health to survive their onslaught is going to make a casual run through that much easier. And you could just tell, I mean, you could go, myself even with a little bit of practice, would struggle immensely even with all the same damage and strength and benefits and dex and stuff. If I just had less health, this video would be 10 times as long, because there's so many times that I just narrowly come out with a little bit of health from an onslaught attack or combo attack, or I run out of my last couple of health potions on a boss. So vigor is very important. Always try to keep that up. Endurance, you just really want to get enough endurance to whatever armor set that you have on. Makes you not heavy roll, so just to keep yourself in the endurance is basically what keeps you in the medium or light categories. I choose to be in the medium, and so your loadout of heaviness, you want to just keep your end just enough. It's not much. It's about like 20, give or take, to where the knights sit. And so that also, of course, gives you more endurance pool, as you see the green bar, to do more stamina attacks before you would need to kind of stop attacking and let your endurance replenish. So it has the backup to that, although you just, for our purposes, we won't have to invest too heavily in it. We'll primarily just do like a mixture of mostly vigor, slightly less in dex, only a very few in faith. We'll have to do level ups on faith just to help us cast our buff with the finger seal, the one like spell buff that helps us get stronger. So we'll get a little bit of faith, but we'll basically disregard arcane and intel for this build and just get bare minimum of strength. So still making our way through Caelid. We're just about done with this area being the toughest of the 3 that we've done so far. Entered through this sorcery town here just to grab another golden seed. They have a grace down the stairs. Go ahead and grab it. This town, all these sorcerer, wizards, whatever you want to call them, can be kind of annoying. So in case you die, always helps to have a nearby grace so you don't have to run all the way back. A few seconds that it takes to grab them is worth it. Go up the stairs here, take a left, and you'll find, after a right up this staircase, a golden seed. And there's one other thing to do here, that we want to unlock this gate right there. That door, that blue kind of portal looking thing, is just actually a blockade to get past. And so to unlock it, we'll jump up on these roofs here and light a couple of beacons. It's pretty easy with the horse. If you time the jumps and things well, you'll get the hang of it. Don't give up. Very little of actual platforming in this game, not too much, but yeah, we'll light those beacons. There's 3 in total in this town to unlock that gate. And we have one more. Can be a little tricky on the last one to get off to the north here. As you see, there's now, instead of a roof, there's a branch and some kind of plant fungi thing. But jump on that. You see a little bit of a lag spike there. That did actually happen in the game. That's not just my recording playback, but actual game footage itself while playing. There's a couple of spikes. Not too much for a 5-hour run, maybe like 5 or 6. But that's, from what I'm told, that's Elden Ring. Not too much you can do there. Can be kind of annoying, but right. And so after the 3, that unlocks this gate from before we were talking about, going through and grab the grace. There's only really one benefit to even doing this. You can, if you're, for some reason, if you're just like struggling with the town or making the jumps on those beacons, honestly, you could, I mean, if it's really annoying, you could just pass this up. It's just one single sacred tier that we're coming here for. Those things that increase the potency of your flask. And so, I mean, like I said, I'm just going to show how you can get them. By the end of this, we'll have a maxed leveled weapon, a maxed amount of flask that you can get total, which is 14 from all the golden seeds, which it's not 14 golden seeds. It's like, because some to get more flasks after a certain point, it takes more than just one seed per flask to upgrade. So it gets to a point where it's 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 14 flasks total. It's like about maybe like 30 total golden seeds, including the few that you start with. 12 sacred tears to increase the potency. And so I'm just going to show every one of them to max you out. I think, of course, there's probably optional ones that we're passing up. So you can research that if you want. These are just my preferred on the route. And because it's not too hard to unlock that gate, you can disregard there was an NPC in the corner there at this church, but that one does actually, if you do her quest line, give like actually a really good talisman. Like if I had it, I would use it. It's not that there's a couple of items like it, but the amount of time spent towards getting it, where there's really no need, as I'll show you, there's just so much damage that we're doing that at least up until the last like 3 bosses, and even then without the best of the best in slot stuff, on a quick run through is this, like a purposeful, still casual but still kind of quick singles play session early game setup. We're gonna avoid a couple of things that I'll mention. Some optional talisman, some optional weapons, a couple upgrades here and there. But we'll still get our weapon to max, so that we actually can do pretty early, and we'll still get all of our flask maxed, so we can do that early. We won't get our character leveled up to max. That even in like a casual playthrough is like not impossible. It's pretty daunting. Like you'd have to just farm over and over and over. But even in like a long play session, you're not gonna level your character to max. That's way out of the way. But we'll get, I think I want to say like maybe give or take close to level 100. It's a little bit less, and that's going to benefit most of the main story bosses to be over leveled. And like I said, by the time you get to about the last like 3 or 4, that level ends up being nothing special. So I believe we're done with Caelid now, the red scary area with all the high level enemies. There's one thing that we'll like come back for that we actually have to like fight to get, so I'll do that once I'm a little bit more leveled up. Optional boss, but we ported back to Limgrave here at the Storm Hill Shack, and now we're gonna go into area number 4 called Liurnia. Go up from the Storm Hill Shack to the road and take a right at the road instead of the left, and you'll come across this broken bridge. You just jump across and follow the little like hidden pathway across the broken bridge to get to Liurnia, a big shallow lake kind of area coming up. You can also, this is just one of 2 ways to get to it. You can also just naturally get here by progressing. If you took a left at the road at Storm Hill instead of the right towards the broken bridge, if you took a left, it'll get you to the first boss, story boss, and the first boss straight away takes you to a castle that helps you get to the second boss. And after you beat the second boss, you just progress a little bit further and you walk out, and you would be right here, and you would be able to go through Liurnia. So if you were kind of following it in a linear way, we're not going to do that, and we're going to come back once we're over leveled and get to Liurnia, grab this sacred tear at the church, and take that little right hidden path off the broken bridge. So hidden path, but it's definitely intended. It's not like it's any special ability or jumps. We're not going to use skips in this game. They have a couple of things you can do to warp or skip around. It is obviously a PC game and it can be broken, but this is not a showcase to do that necessarily as much as what you could do naturally with the intended mechanics of the game. So taking that little right path, and now we're in Liurnia, and grab this grace here. I'll go through and grab all the golden seeds, and there's one NPC that I do end up having to talk to. I'll buy whatever I can of smithing stones for now off of this merchant. Like I said, you don't need it. It just, if you happen to have extra runes on you, go ahead and spend them for this. There's only of any one tier of smithing stone, as you're probably noticing. They say like smithing stone 1, smithing stone 2. Of any one tier, you would only need, I believe, 12 pieces. So there's no need to get more than that. If you've been picking them up, buying them, 12 of the smithstone 1s. Is that right? Yeah, I believe that's right. 12 of the smithstone 2s, etc., etc. Works differently than the somber. The somber is literally you just need 1. It's way easier to level a somber, and the weapons that they apply to, coincidentally, I just end up liking or preferring those. There are some good regular smithstone weapons, of course, like the Uchi here, as we're talking about, a good early game weapon that's buffed up by regular smithstones, and there's a couple others as well. But I'm only just going to pick up, if I'm running by a few of those, just to help with the, 1 or 2 fights that I do. Don't need this craft or cookbook, you can disregard. I just picked it up randomly. I'll point out there's 2 cookbooks in this entire game that we're going to use to craft anything. So map it out. But I'll pick up all the golden seeds here and whatever smithstones that I just happen to run by. Pretty straightforward. And then there's a single NPC that does have a quest line. We'll end up starting it here for a purpose of that she helps us get to an area that otherwise is only accessible by killing bosses and other things. And since this is a how-to of accessing areas for upgrades without having to go through that, using the NPC's special invitation to port us there, we will actually take time to talk to her, and that's pretty much, I think, from memory, the only sort of quest we start. We don't finish it. We just have to do this one little part here, and then she'll help us later. So when that comes up, I'll mention that. Not a whole lot to go over here, so might be a little bit of silence in between, but this is probably the zone that you'll end up, or could possibly end up, without very specific routing. Or as you're seeing, I'm leaving blue markers on my map for myself as I go through my notes and look it up on Google. They have a on the wiki, they have an interactive map that is blank, and you can click off different things to look where's flask upgrades or mixed physic potion upgrades, which for upgrades they're just like the buffs you put inside it. You'll only ever get the one charge that you use until you rest again, so that one just stays at 1 charge, but it has different buffs, and I think there's one up here in the area that we'll grab for that, and that's pretty much it. I think there's one other mixed physic charge buff that I grab throughout the whole game, and that's pretty much it. So we're about to have 2 out of 3 that I use, and that'll last us throughout the game. But this area you could definitely get lost pretty easily. It's just a big open lake that's kind of foggy up ahead. Can't really see off into the distance, so try to find the actual map pieces. You'll see these little things that I just marked right there. That's like a kind of a dark brown or bronze, like little pedestal looking icon on your map. Um, it's it's pointing you to where the actual like unveiled map fragment is that lets you see everything. So we'll go grab that. This shack I just happen to be running by has a grace, and it also is someone that we need to talk to later. He has this. He is part also of the ladies' quest that helps port us that I was just talking about to another place. So he's coupled in with that. They're both in the same area. Really convenient. So the only kind of small NPC quest talking that we'll do back and forth between these two are in the same place, very close to each other. And then that's it from memory, I believe. I don't think we ever have to, other than just progress through the story and sit at the grace to level ourselves up, level up our flask, go to forges to level up our weapon from here on out after talking to these two. I think that's it off the top of my head. Maybe there's a little bit else, but making some marks here just to avoid time wasted. This in a run without a purpose, you could be here for hours alone. And then also on my run, which I'll in the future probably trim off a good bit of time. I'll try to get this down to like maybe a solid like 4 hours or so. So I just wanted to, while I had this and had some time, I wanted to add the commentary now. Definitely not the quickest possible. As you see, I'll be taking small breaks here and there just to look on my second monitor, but still pretty reasonable. It's still a definitely good enough guide. I don't think I really waste too much time or get unnecessary stuff that's very out of the way. I think at the beginning I had mentioned like not needing that magic grease near all the jellyfish. That was a couple of minutes there, but stuff like that, I think there's maybe one or two in this whole run for the most part. So with direct path routing, straight lines, yeah, this could be definitely a lot faster in this one zone. This is the one that I have to use the marks in the most. The rest of it, it's not as open world and foggy, and you can kind of see where you're going and have it memorized a little better. But yeah, this one definitely is something I'm still practicing. It's a little all over the place, so getting my marks down on where things are. Not a whole lot to commentate on, just you'll see me pick up golden seeds for flask, a few of the random smith stones for the Uchi that I don't need, but they're there. And I don't think there's any more sacred tiers. Those are usually relegated to like churches that are on land, so this is just golden seed area. And we do end up needing this area here up ahead. They call it the academy. We do end up needing it later for a part of the story that has a boss, so we'll come back and we have to unlock it with a key. So we'll grab the key and we'll come back to it anyway. But while we're in the area, we may as well just get the key and kind of open the door. We just won't go fight the boss yet. This one, grab the smith stone if you want. It's next to a very mean crab if he happens to catch you. But and then around the corner, you'll see me go through these kind of open coffin grave things that are in a line, and routinely they all have free golden rune pickups that are just, like I said, when you turn those in, they're free levels. And so for as easy as they are to grab without having to kill anything, I always, if I do happen to see, I don't go out of my way to get every single area that has something like this, but if I see it as I'm passing by, I'll grab it, because you can see like in one single spot there was like 6 or 7 different golden runes of varying quality. Another smith stone, so it's there if you want it. I'll just show you the few. I think I maybe go to about like 4 different sites like that or something throughout the run. There's a lot more, but at that point, the amount of time going to find everything for golden runes, you could just kill monsters or something just to get as much experience. So that was pretty much it. We had picked up the Dex not cracked tier or Dex not crystal tier for our mixed physic earlier in the run. I didn't mention, but that was the one of the mixed physic buffs, and so that one's in this area. A few golden seeds, some smith stones, and then the one key that we need for the academy to actually open the door and come back to this later and fight the boss. And that's it inside the actual lake. Liurnia itself does have some land on the left and right of the lakes, and we'll go there to have a little bit more exploration. But as far as in the actual lakes, try not to aggro or run into those lobsters directly. They are very, very, very cruel and hit you from a distance, not just one or two shots you at up close, but they spit like a projectile, air projectile type of like wind tunnel thing, and it knocks you off the horse. Hits really hard. Just a really, really mean enemy. So yeah. Not a whole lot of commentary. I'll come back, watch the video just to see the sort of route that I take as I engage in this NPC back and forth. There's just a couple of errands that they ask you to run between each other, and then it's done. And then I'll mention once we're done with the middle of the lake, and you'll see me grab the key and go unlock the academy. And then once we do that, and I actually start to head to the land on the left and right of Liurnia, there's a little bit to do. I'll come back with commentary for that. So enjoy the silence if you haven't already muted. Don't blame you, but I'll just be talking to this NPC, going back to the other guy that was sitting down boiling some crab or lobster. And yeah, a few minutes of silence. I'll be back. Watch the video.
What are you trying to start? Show me and I'll consider. I'm not in love. You're a shrew first. Alright, things know your bloody eye.
Please. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please. Brave. Most time. You are the volcano. Oh, this land. But the lift instead at the base. It was X. I have faith in. I do hope. See, at the base it was X. I have faith in. I do hope.
Alright. And I am back right in time for a pretty pivotal point. We're going to grab this Academy Glitstone key off the body there. You'll aggro the dragon, of course, as you get close to it, but that's okay. Totally optional. Just disregard, run away. He's fine. Feel free to fight any of this stuff we've passed by so far, if you so desire. I would say at this point, Liurnia, and then even to a more aggressive degree, Kaled. Those two, you're probably still under leveled to actually be fighting anything. As far as Limgrave, the starting zone, and the Weeping Peninsula below it, if you just come across at this point with as many levels as we've actually gotten and upgrades, you actually could fight the optional bosses there. But I'm going to be passing by all of that content just for the story. Grab the jellyfish shield just cuz I had actually intended in my notes to use that for a buff that was just recently patched out, depending on when you're watching this. Back in April of 2023, it was allowing you to use it even while the shield is just on your back, like how you see the small shield I have now. It's there, I'm holding it, but I'm not actually wielding it actively. I have like my weapon two-handed, holding it with the sword with both hands. They used to allow you to use the jelly shield, had a buff that just made you hit harder while it was on your back like that, but not anymore. You have to be actively holding that in the left hand and the weapon in the right hand. So if you are a shield user, grab it, because it does have a nice nifty little buff. Go ahead and target these little balloons for free golden runes. Make sure that you're hitting up on directional pad on your controller to target the actual balloon instead of the mobs. That'll pop it, and just by popping it with your throwing daggers, depending on where you have those bound, I put them on my like extra slots. You can hold Y to give yourself like 4 more options, as you see like on my character screen. The 4 normal options for my weapons and potions and things, it'll temporarily change to the like backup slots, which is where I have some things, daggers being one of them. We just pop those just to give ourselves free runes to use for levels. They're so easy to get, it's no reason not to. And grab the grace here, and we're headed to a very nifty NPC positioned pretty early in the game. For what it gives, you can buy somber stones from it up to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So up to version 4, I should say. Not how many. It does have a limited amount of some of them, but we're just leveling one weapon anyway. But I think you could, I want to say, get at least 3 of each of the sombers often. But little hidden wall, as you saw at the back of those ruins, that we just had to swing at and unlock, and we walk out the other side, and there's this nice smith here, and we're going to use some of those golden runes that we picked up earlier. I think you need about like maybe 13,000, give or take. Talk to him, and he sells you the somber stone 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and purchase whatever you like to. If you have enough runes and you want to level more than one weapon, keep in mind the sombers are not like the regular smith stones. You only per weapon need 1 of each tier, 1 through 10. So you don't need multiple if you just want to level one weapon. But you can. He sells a few, so you could buy and level up multiple weapons if you so desired. And then if you want to save runes really down to like nitpicky, the Somber Stone 4 you could pass because there's one coming up, if I'm not mistaken, pretty soon. So before we ever fight anything, I think, I haven't checked my notes or fast forwarded. I think there's a Somber Stone 4 just up ahead, but I went ahead and just bought it anyway. It's a few thousand runes. I would do it too. I'd recommend. You can get a few thousand runes just by fighting a couple enemies. So go ahead and just buy it. And I believe we'll come back in a couple minutes and grab another one off of a corpse, but that's okay. So you can see I ported back down to one of the lower graces. Still in Liurnia, we're just in that like grassy part off to the left, away from the lakes, but running now south, away from the smith that just sold us those somber stones. We're just going up towards a shack here. Only purpose is that it has some crafting materials laying around the floor that we'll want to pick these up to help with. The only two things that we'll be crafting are a couple of different weapon greases. The greases are like what you coat the weapon in earlier. You saw we'll have one, not this here, disregard the excrement things. I'm just kind of mashing pick up because I thought there was one nearby. I probably find it, but then realize, alright, don't ever find it. Yeah, there is one in that area that we need, but it's not worth the hassle. There's actually 3 that are just right here real close. And root resin, that's what you actually want to pick up for the crafting that we'll do, is root resin. It'll help make the 2 different greases that we end up using. And then just to help make those respawn, this type of material crafting stuff, the consumables that are just like on the ground, leaves and mushrooms and all that stuff, they will respawn every time you rest at the grace. So things that are little glowy orbs that you've been seeing pickups that are like golden runes and smith stones and other stuff, those do not respawn. That's just a one-time pickup for whichever location you find. But these crafting recipe materials, those do respawn. So because I want to make maybe about like 10 or 15 each of lightning and fire grease, I'm just trying to pick up a good 20 to 30 of these real quick and hopefully not have to come back. If you do, you could always port back here later. I'm sure there's maybe another area that has just as many that are just as fast, but for how many few seconds it takes to run back and forth to the grace, why not? This area is just fine. That'll be for each grease, it's gonna be one of the 2 components that we'll need, and I'll show you the other needed component to actually craft. The smoldering butterfly was, you actually saw already, where we just picked that up randomly as we were approaching and about to get the golden vow from that one knight on the horse. There was a bunch of smoldering butterflies. There's also another area that has a bunch that we just kind of naturally run through, so there's never a point like I'm doing with the resins now where I have to purposely farm those over and over. There's never a point that we have to do that with the butterflies. We just kind of naturally run through them. And then for the lightning, that one, the other component is this type of like lightning flower, fulgur bloom or something like that. Not important the name, but you'll see, I'll point it out. It's also pretty much on our way to something that we're just going to naturally pass a lot of. So the root resins should be the only thing that you'll have to rest and reset for the 2 greases that I'm using, and or crafting, I should say. And the other 2 things, yeah, we'll come by those in our run. So heading up here, back in the lake again, just at the very tip north of it. We're going to pick up one more golden seed, and then we're pretty much done, I believe, with this area. There is a somber stone. Like I said, if you want to really save money, coming up here on the left-hand side's in a chair. I think it's a 4. Yeah, so like I said, right next to the smith that sells it. Not but just a few feet away. If you really were headed this way already, as I was, you could save a few thousand, but it's... Why not? Go ahead and buy it. Just kind of a long, monotonous run here through the ravine. I think they call it a ravine. It's a dead end, essentially. Kind of, there is a ladder you can take up here to get to an optional boss after a kind of a catacombs dungeon, if you wanted to. There's no need. As you see there, going up, like, we'll grab the grace just cause there's no real point. We're not ever going to come back here, so you don't have to, but once we have the golden seed, that's all we need. But I'll grab the grace, and if you wanted to progress, there's a ladder right here, and then you could go up, fight a boss. But at the tip of this ravine is pretty much a dead end, and to get to the next zone above that, called Altus, we'll end up using... That's going to be where we're going to use those 2 medallion left and right halves that we got earlier from the chest. We'll use that elevator, so that's going to get us up to Altus. Next zone, we're almost done with Liurnia. We just used our key. We ported all the way back to the Academy Grace we had earlier, and we used the key that we picked up near the dragon. That just essentially lets us click on and use these little, like, teleporter blue things, insignias. We're gonna actually run past that one instead of using it to teleport. We will use that teleporter in a second. It'll launch us across all the way to the other side of this broken bridge, but we're not going to use it just yet. We're just picking up the golden seed by physically just running past halfway to the bridge, coming back, and go the other direction from the teleporter you just came from. So the one that actually ported you up here to the Academy main entrance gate, you'll just now run back down. There's a NPC here that we want to buy a few more arrows off of. Again, these sleep arrows are going to come in real handy later. You don't have to use the sleep arrows to cause sleep. For the one boss that I'm going to use it, they also have throwing pots. So they have pots in this game that you can just physically throw instead of shooting arrows that cause sleep as well. I don't know. I start with a bow. It's easy enough just to buy the arrows. The pots you have to craft, and it's really not hard. I end up kind of naturally going across the crafting materials anyway. You've seen, but if you want to Google sleep pots instead of sleep arrows, that's totally your call. It's easy enough to grab those from the merchant and then port back. I've got, I think, 30 right now, and then there's 10 more I'm going to grab at one other point for free. That one's just a pick up off a body, so you don't even have to buy it. And I'll have 40 total, and that'll get us through the whole run. To be honest, with a little bit to spare if you die and have to try it twice. If you don't get it in the first probably 2, depending on how lucky you get, you might end up needing more arrows, or you might have to go the way of crafting. You can craft arrows, or you can craft pots, like I said. So if you don't get it on the first couple of tries, with the boss much later in the game. That's actually one of like the last bosses. But if you don't get it on that first couple of tries, you'll probably run out, which is fine. Don't worry about it. You can always come back and look up on the wiki how to actually craft more, because the ones that we just bought, that's the only ones they sell. So we'll get about 40. Again, and I saw as I took the actual portal by clicking on the insignia, instead of just running through it that time, the one that we had ran down the golden seed halfway point of that bridge, it ported us, like warped us further up to the other side of the bridge, where we're now at a church grabbing sacred tier, and I believe there's one more sacred tier at a different church, and I think this zone is pretty much done right before we head to Altus with the elevator. Another lovely catapults. They always get me. There's just pretty much luck if you're just running a straight line, and even if you're sprinting. I mean, you can try to juke them if you want, but I just accept my fate. But yeah, there's about 3 different points in this whole run where there's going to be some kind of catapult, gauntlet. There's a couple of things that I refer to in this. You'll notice I'm going to say there's a gauntlet coming up. To me, a gauntlet, I don't know what other like runners or players would call it, but just essentially just a point where you're about to go through a hazard and easily run wrong move, or one just unlucky, unfortunate RNG, could just be a swarm of enemies. I think there's one point, I think I died to one gauntlet, but yeah, that was one of them with the catapults, and then this one is even worse. Just kind of a run, like a Hail Mary type of run. Like, there's not a whole lot of strategy I can give you. As you can see, out of nowhere, I just plopped off the horse, took damage. They have this thing in the air. You can't see it now because I'm not looking at it with my camera, but in the air right now, there's these enemies casting what they call madness. We were talking about status effects earlier, build up. On the dragon, we were causing bleed build up to make it proc a percentage. This one is another percentage-based madness. Doesn't just drain our health, actually drains our mana. It's like really, really annoying. So that one's just kind of floating in the air off to the side there, and not a whole lot we can do besides if I really wanted to go out of my way and kill the enemies at the top of the tower that was shouting it. So I just take it, heal up, try to stay topped off with as much as you can because it can hurt. And I just got kicked off the horse there. I didn't actually manually disembark, but it kicked me off because they have a player NPC in it's an invasion, they call it. I think it's maybe the first one in the run that you guys are going to see. This NPC invasion, it's obviously not like a real life player. It's a computer controlled by the game, but it's certain points throughout the run you'll get invaded just by walking up to a certain area. At this point, it's easier just to go ahead and grab the sacred tier real quick, run past this guy. The sacred tier is next to the grace, and then just let him kill you. I saw him gearing up to do his Ash of War, which is really powerful. And on top of hitting really hard, he also causes madness on the ground in this big patch, and it's just a nightmare. Like I said, in this area, Liurnia and Kaled, those two, you're pretty much outgunned, outclassed by your level. We'll level up a bit more, but I wouldn't be spending too much time outside of just picking up the upgrades, going through it. There's really nothing. If it was important as far as like a really good talisman or a weapon, I would make a point to kill all that stuff, but no, nothing really. He does drop like his spear, but it's okay. Nothing special. But and then as far as death goes, I think I had mentioned earlier, as long as you don't have too many runes to care about, you can just accept it. There's really no downside. Your gear, doesn't degrade or something like that. You don't lose like health that you have to. Some games you have to go like have your like sickness restored to where you're like effectiveness. It's nothing like that. The downside of dying in all the from software games, whatever, like runes or souls or blood token, blood vial, whatever, just blood echoes, like any of those down in the bottom right of what you have to spend on levels in the bag or in the bank, you're holding it until you actually get to a grace to spend it, and you would lose it upon death, but it just drops on the floor, and you don't actually fully lose it until you would die a second time without making it back and picking them up again. So even for sometimes, like when I actually do have runes, if I'm right out of grace, I might even just let the NPC thing just kill me there if I've actually picked up what it is I need. And so just knowing that once I teleport right back to the grace that I just got, you'll just be able to pick up your runes again. So we let him do that. In that case, no big deal. It's quicker than trying to fight or something else. So using our medallion, like we mentioned earlier. I'm going to skip all the cutscenes, by the way. I apologize, just to make this shorter run. I do recommend that you go through, and if you haven't played, do a long play session, explore everything, watch all the cutscenes. They're really neat. This game's beautiful. It doesn't show well on my capture of stream. Like I said, my PC's totally fine, but easiest way to record this was just Twitch streaming it, so my upload bitrate is just bad because my internet's bad and we don't have fiber in our area. But if it had been like a shorter video where I could have just used like a capturing device, like instead of live streaming, such as like Fraps or something like that, would have been better quality. But maybe play the game. If you've got, even looks good on 1080p. I had upgraded to 2K some point last year, and it looks beautiful. But the cutscenes are really cool. The design work is a lot of the appeal, of course, of these FromSoft games. I mean, combat for people who like it, but this game sold so many copies for such a grueling, unforgiving game that I think a lot of people casually, which is totally fine. They play with friends. They'll summon help from not just the NPCs or even the Ashes summons, or they even have a third way that you can get help, which is through active players that you can summon in. And so you can make this game whatever you want it to be. If you want to go through and trash everything without even thinking about it, or you can make it the difficult run where you just 101 mono y mono. But that's up to you. I just kind of like it for that, so I turn the online play off and just kind of do offline. And I like the toe-to-toe dance of the one-on-one, but you play it however you want. This game sold, I think, I want to say like twice as many copies as its predecessors, and that's just in the 1 year it's been out, not even the others being their copies based on how long they've been out total. I think it's like 20 million to 10 based on like Dark Souls 3 or something, or Bloodborne, one of the two. So just very, very popular, but for good reason. But yeah, I can't imagine the vast majority of that is going to put in the time and effort and determination to get to some kind of level where they can reliably beat all the hard bosses with taking little to no damage. I'm not near that level. I started to almost get there with Dark Souls 3, but was never a goal of mine to be a no-hit runner. I, at most, was hoping to be a no deaths on bosses. I would like to do that one day. I don't mind dying in the prep part of it. Obviously, that's just going through and picking up stuff. You see that we went quite a bit of the ways down, all that just to get a golden seed in that little river ravine thing with like the fire coming up. So we got the golden seed, poured it all the way back to the Altus First Grace here. Just a couple more golden seeds and a sacred tear or two in this area. We actually won't spend a whole lot of time here. Liurnia's the longer part of it. Kaled probably second. Limgrave and Weeping are both pretty short. This one's about on the level of Limgrave. Just need to pick up a few things. Try to follow along if you can. Rewind if you need to. There's markers that I have left on the map, even for myself. You don't need to fight this guy as he's porting in. It's actually not. That one looks similar, but it's not an official invasion. The invasions, you'll see like the outlined red glow of the enemy, and like usually the music kicks in like it's boss theme music. Some other stuff similar looking, but it actually is just a regular enemy that would respawn that just happens to kind of like port in from the ground, that being one of them. So the difference, like when you die or you sit at a grace, as with other FromSoft game, all regular enemies that are not invasions or bosses, they're going to respawn. Whereas you kill a red invasion NPC, or you kill a boss with like a boss health bar, the one that like shows at the bottom of your screen, you kill those things, they don't come back. So we pretty much grabbed most of what we need in the first part here. Altus does have more to it, where there's actually like a guarded off capital gates that will go through the gates later. So there is a little bit more to it, but we're going to come back and talk to our friend. We helped her out earlier, giving her a necklace from Mr. Lobster Boiler, and because we gave her a necklace, she now wants to invite us to her Volcano Manor. And so Volcano Manor is on our map a little bit up and left from Altus, so we actually just kind of poured it away. And this is the easiest way to get here. You can technically just run all the way up to it and just, knock on the front door. And as long as you have that invitation that she gave you earlier, the little note, you can get in. But and then by speaking to this person, because you have the note, she'll give you a key to open the first door. So you can run up there. It's quite a run through a bunch of hills and ladders, and just not a whole lot of need for any of that. So we're gonna save a lot of time. All we had to do is just give a necklace to some lady for her to port us right at the front of the Dectus elevator thing to Altus. Right at the beginning of Altus, she ported us to Volcano Manor. I'll pick up the map here in a second, and I'll show where we basically are on the top left of the playable regions in the game. I just walked out of the front door of the manor real quick. We'll come back and actually do some things. The manor in and of itself is technically optional. It ends up having a couple of somber stones that we want for our upgrades, and it's the first available possible ones to get without having to kill bosses. So I picked up the map for the surrounding area. Mount Gelmer outside of the Volcano Manor. just to kind of show what that looks like. The maps are not like required, it just obviously helps, and I still don't have everything mapped out or routed perfectly, so it helps me being able to see it. And they're easy to get. So the one thing we do need once we walk out of the front door, there's a golden seed up ahead, so we're just going to grab that, and we're pretty much done with all of Mount Gelmer. Like I said, this is kind of mountainous, fiery area, a bunch of enemies, and like ladders up and down. That has a lot to it, but we pretty much just disregard with that portal by the lady, the invitation and the portal inside the manor. We pretty much just disregard all of the traversing and travel time and possible death of a couple of nasty enemies, and she puts us inside the manor. We run out the door, grab the golden seed, and we come right back, and we're done with Mount Gelmer outside. And there's some stuff to do in Volcano Manor inside, and just a couple more things in Altus Flatlands. We're approaching almost the very conclusion of our prep time, so if you've been hanging in there looking to get started and see some kills, not to worry. It's like I said, it's just over 2 hours of in-game timer, which is pretty true. It might be a few minutes off of the stream, because I think every time you're maybe I guess maybe loading screens, and like if you quit out, I only quit out a couple of times when I throughout this run. I think if I go grab a drink or bathroom, and one time there is 2 parts to this. I got towards the end and had started recording pretty late one night, and then I had to pick it up the next day, so it is technically a 2-part run when I streamed it, but as far as a consecutive run goes, there's nothing that you miss. I simply log out one night, come back, start streaming again, log in. So there's no skips, you don't miss anything. I never cut out. I plan on uploading the video at normal speed without any skips, cuts, or anything. The only thing, if I cut anything, would just be whenever I am on the quit login screen. Whenever I take the 2 or 3 breaks, the one overnight, the couple water breaks, I'll skip through where it's just sitting on the quit screen, and then right before I come back and just hit continue. Other than that, there's not going to be really any editing in this, so you'll actually be able to see the in-game timer is going to be very close to real life, other than, like I said, they might cut out a few minutes from loading screens. I think that doesn't, anything like that, I don't think it adds to the character's playtime, but if I remember correctly, it's just over maybe 2 hours 15 minutes for total prep before we actually just go straight into killing the first boss. So coming up on that pretty close after we are running through this Volcano Manor. This one can be quite a maze, so I apologize. Feel free to mute the audio of my voice if you have to play this either in slow-mo or rewind over and over, because I just kind of jumped through real quick, as you saw me jump over stairs and land at the bottom floor. I'm going through doors. It's kind of quick, but most importantly, we're setting this up for later. Right now, the only thing we have access to right now without having to fight an actual kind of tough boss is just a Somber Smithing Stone 6. I do grab the Golden Rune right here because it's a tier 9. It's pretty hefty. Don't need it, but it's just, why not? It's right there. But the only thing you technically need is coming up is the Somber 6. And after that, we're just going to get up to the point where we unlock the entrance to the optional boss in this area, but we won't actually kill him just yet. And then right behind him is where the Somber Stone 7 is for later. So we'll come back for that. Only reason I'm not fighting him, I mean, technically, the Uchi and with enough health, um, it would be a pretty even match. I might take a couple of deaths and I would probably be able to kill it. It's winnable, but the fight itself would be harder than the first boss by a mile, and then to do that out of order of difficulty and then start to fight, you know, I try not to fight anything that's an actual boss in prep. I'm just kind of, I killed a couple NPCs and like one, you know, regular knight or something for a couple buffs and a couple golden seeds. But as far as actual boss, I try to avoid actually getting into the killing until I'm ready to do it all in you know, succinct order, or succinct order, whatever the word is, because it would be kind of anticlimactic. There's the boss right there. If you saw his room, so we're just gonna unlock like the bridge shortcut to come back to him later, but we won't actually fight him. But it'd be kind of anticlimactic anyway to fight him now. Go toe to toe. It'd probably be pretty evenly matched. I would just about use all my heals, but and then and kill him and then go to the first story mode and then just kind of look lousy in comparison. I'd like it to gradually go through each one in relative difficulty as they grow and grow. But yeah, we're done with Volcano Manor other than the one. We'll come back to fight him and we'll get the Somber Smithing Stone 7, and then Volcano Manor is like actually done for the whole playthrough. There's other stuff to do obviously, but no, we're just getting one more Somber Stone later. Mount Gelmer in its entirety, that whole mountainous area up there on the map you saw, that's done. And then Altus is almost, as we go through the capital, it's still, the capital and Altus are sort of technically one zone, but I would almost call this like a section of this. So we're done with like the open flat plains, this kind of orangey grassy area, and as we make our way up, we're about to enter the capital outskirts, and so we'll pick up some things there, and we're just about done. Not a whole lot to say, just running through. Gonna grab some golden seeds. You can just run straight through these guys and they'll de-aggro eventually once you make your way through. But yeah, we'll pick up a couple of golden seeds at a tree here, another tree up ahead, and then the capital actually has two different gates. We just ran through the main one, and on our upper left here, I believe eastish, we'll head to the gate number 2. Yeah, you see it there on the map. So we just ran through one of the gates. We're about to go up the stairs and get to the other gate, which actually takes us back out into like the Altus Plains again. It's just there's a kind of like a higher up section that we couldn't get to unless we went up these stairs here in the capital. So yeah, we'll pick up a couple golden seeds, go out back into Altus again, and grab like 2 or 3 more golden seeds, and then maybe 1 or 2 sacred tears. Just grabbing upgrades. So we grab that, and then there's gate number 2 up in the distance at the end of this road. That's only accessible by coming in this one first and then going out that way. Yeah, not a whole lot to commentate, just kind of watch, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I'm going to grab these fulgur blooms since they're on the way. That's one of the crafting materials for the lightning grease. I had stepped away, just muted my mic, but let the video playback keep going, so hopefully I didn't miss anything right before that important. I think just there was a golden seed right out the second gate, and we're headed to pick up a secret tier. But yeah, came back just in time. I saw the flowers there, the fulgur blooms. Those are something you want to grab. If you missed it, there's actually another point back in Kaled that we'll return to, and there's some there as well. And in any case, they are, you know, a type of thing that would respawn once you rest, so you can't miss it technically. Just pointing out, if you're running the route anyway, those were on the way. Don't need anything here that I just grabbed a bunch of random stuff other than the secret tier is the only thing. So that's done. That was where we're at was basically like an elevated part of Altus Plains that were only accessible just by going in Capital Gate number 1, up the stairs, and then taking the gate 2 outwards. And so now, as you can see, we're kind of overlooking where we ran in. And I need to get back for one more upgrade. I think it's another golden seed. But we'll have to go down somehow, I believe. But yeah, not too much left here. Almost done with this area. There's one sort of little optional mini boss monster that we'll come back to get us another golden seed. Just nothing special about it, but it's a fight at the end of the day that would be slightly harder than even like the first story boss. So we'll come back. That was just inside the actual first gate of the capital, so we passed that one up. Realized I was a little bit too high to make any kind of safe jump down, so I ported back first grace that we reached once we took the Dectus elevator to actually get into Altus. I'm back now in the main lower part, so now I'm just gonna run to this last little upgrade in here, and I believe we're done in this area. After we go to get, after this, maybe I think like 2 more talismans real quick, and our actual main weapon upgraded as much as we can. I think we have a somber 1 through 6 so far. It's pretty freaking beefy. If 10 is the highest you can go, you're already gonna be a 6 out of 10 before you even touch Margit, I believe is his name for the first boss. And I don't remember what level we are, but between killing the dragon and having the knight cavalry jump off the edge, we got a pretty decent amount of levels. Yeah, this is more than enough, but this is the only prep you'll have to do. I go through the whole run, and as you see, other than I think I come back to spot kill between like the second to last boss and the last one, because I was at an awkward number of runes for my OCD. Not that I needed to, but not quite enough to level up, but kind of in the middle. I ended up spot killing like 2 little real quick optional bosses, I think at the very tail end of this run when I streamed it. And other than that, there's like no other just random porting around for like prep work. So when we get started, we really get started. But yeah, anyway, you see as I took those little stepping stones down to safely make it down, these you've already probably seen and I didn't cover, but on top of helping you launch yourself up to a higher place, those little swirly wind tunnels, they can also make for a safe landing down. So it's the only way If you had a fall that was too high up, that would normally kill you. If you are within kind of a close range to one of those swirls, you can land on that safely, and no matter how like high the distance up, you won't take any damage. So it helps for getting you up as much as if you see one on the ground, you can jump down to it. So picked up the last upgrade there for the area for now. And checking my notes, I think we're about to grab a couple of talismans, get our weapon upgraded, and we are good to go. And like I said, there's, after like the first two bosses, I'll come back and kill. Oh yeah, I forgot to get the buff that I I remember this part. I forgot to get the buff that I actually cast a spell with my left hand with the finger seal incantate. They call it an incantation. So we got the right hand. The dagger is going to give us golden val. Left hand is going to give us an incantation that I'll pick up here called Flame Grant Me Strength. It's corny, but that's, if you wanted to wiki, it is literally Flame, Grant Me Strength. We pick that one up. So we'll have our left and right buffs. They do stack because they're different types. Not every type of buff is going to stack, so you can't have like a golden val on a weapon Ash of War and then have a second Ash of War switch to a weapon and use that. It's just going to override it to the most recent. Same thing with incantations that you use with seals. Seals are like similar to like how kind of a Dark Souls 3 pyromancer worked. A seal is like something in your hand that just allows you to cast spells. It's not quite a staff because it's not a full length like staff weapon. That would be like for sorceries. They kept up with that theme. Like for sorceries, you'll most likely be using like a full like actual like staff pole to cast sorcery spells, and then they replaced pyromancy with an incantation type of deal. That works similarly. There's just a much wider array in this game of types of spells that does, other than just in Dark Souls 3 was like your kind of generic hurl a fireball at someone. They'll have stuff like that, but like way more things to use. So seals, yeah, it's just kind of a glowy left-handed weapon, but used to cast incantation spells, an alternative to the intelligence sorcery line. The incantations usually use faith, so that's why I leveled up faith earlier. It's for literally this one and only reason to cast this buff. I honestly don't even know the math on paper how much benefit I'm getting from it, and I'm pretty sure that it is like the shortest duration one. I think it's like 30 seconds, whereas Golden Val is like maybe at least like a minute, like 2 whole minutes or something. I'm getting only like 30 seconds out of this Flame Grant Me Strength. So like the first couple of swings for me on a boss, honestly don't even know if it's worth it to like have to. I think I leveled up. My starting faith was only around 8 or so. Had to level it all the way up to 15 just to cast this one buff, but it's whatever. It stacks and uses a left hand that I'm not using a shield anyway, so like it's just an open slot. It stacks and does, extra damage, so why not? The different stacking buffs, as long as they're different types. Another somber stone for there if you really wanted, whatever, it's on the way. No need though. And here we go. I guess I'm gonna get, I probably forgot about a couple talismans, or maybe I come back to them since I can't wear at this time. I can only wear like one talisman, but maybe that's why I don't get them until later. I'm gonna go ahead and get the weapon now, so we'll show you like the first and last fight that the Uchigatana will ever face off. So farewell. You were a great friendly NPC. I say friendly, I mean any of those things that killed like the jar who was stuck in the hole, the guy at the top of a like bridge thing, any of that. Once you start attacking any of like the quest line NPCs, they do turn hostile. I just happen to kill them before they don't do it on the first like 2 swings. They just, after like swing number 3 or something, they start to realize like, okay, this guy's trying to kill me, so they will turn hostile. And quest can be missed from either if you kill an NPC, and you don't do this very special thing to like reset that in the game. There's a different like non-killable place NPC, like you can go visit like a statue type thing, to absolve yourself from your sins if you don't reset. So if you killed or aggroed, made hostile one of the quest NPCs, they'll stay that way for the whole game. That is a From Software trademark, so yeah, they'll stay that way unless you like reset them with that absolution, maybe I think it's called. And then other quests you can miss just by progressing too far, and there's only a certain window. It's going to be very hard in your first playthrough to get all quests, even if you're going for full completion. I don't know that you can do all of them in one playthrough anyway. So here we go. First and last fight with the Uchigatana, and like an idiot, I honestly don't even know if I put on the Golden Vow, or if I definitely didn't assign the Flame Grant Me Strength. So I did my buffs just to show you don't even need them. But see how hard I hit just from having a few smithing stones applied to this, and I'm not even playing this well at all. But I'll let the fight play out without talking. Yeah, and just like that, the very, very agile Bloodhound Knight, or whatever it's called, is dead. Gives us our permanent weapon. I did not play that very well, but it's okay. First fight after like 2 hours of prep work. I do knock off some of the rust as I get into the bosses, because once you get going with that, it's just a straight killing fest. Not everyone, obviously. Some of them. The whole point of this run, like I said, is not a showcase of skill necessarily. If I was good at that as the speedrunners or some of the notable streamers, you can straight away with essentially no upgrades take out the first 2 bosses. There is a point where boss number 2 can one-shot a completely unleveled character, but you could still get them. You could, but I'm not that character. I'm not that kind of player. So I like to over-level early. This is just kind of like I said, a proof of concept. What it would be like to feel OP for about 2/3, half to 2/3 of an Elden Ring only mandatory content playthrough, with very minimal, just hack and slash, kind of like not even punishing the right attacks or dodging at the right time, just kind of letting them going back and forth wail on you, but because you're stronger than them, how you would like to sometimes just play a game and just let it just be fun. This is a proof of concept that you could do that, and this will take you, this run through or this prep, up to about maybe the 4th to last boss before skill innately really kicks in, and you're kind of at least having to do a little bit of maneuvering. not much until maybe the last couple. Um, you could still go about it pretty aggressively, pretty sloppy, and just hack away, heal when you get hit, and your build, the build that I'm going to show you, between this armor, the weapon that we have, the upgrades we'll put in, the vigor for health that we train, everything will still be pretty beefy enough to get you to in game. It'll definitely be enough damage output. For damage intake, it starts to wane or fade there a little bit once we get to something called Fire Giant. You'll see on my stream. But other than that, before then, you're pretty much innately stronger than the bosses up to that point, and so you can just kind of. So for as a new-ish player that just wants to feel badass just for a moment, sorry I don't have too many tips after that point. That's where you just kind of along for the ride. Practice makes perfect, or you can just over-level yourself and get more and more levels past what I did. I start to get, to a point where I'm only really leveling based on the actual runes that bosses themselves award, because I don't, after this initial prep, I really don't go back other than like maybe one quick trip. I don't really go back and kill just a bunch of extra optional content for time's sake. Like to get to the point where I could just beat this reliably just under maybe 4 hours. I think around 4 hours, two for prep work, two for bosses. I think that's reasonable. This run was about 5.5, and it was only my second attempt. Like I said, I've beaten the game maybe about 5 times only. This is my second one after one initial test run of making a little mapped out route. And so you saw me before upgrade the newfound Bloodhound Fang that we picked up to as many levels as I could at the Smith. At the round table, got I think to 6. Used some runes that I had picked up earlier. Leveled myself a little bit more. I tried to put on the Jelly Shield just to even see if my equipment loadout would let me, and it went up to heavy, so I just said screw it. It's, again, if you're a shield user, it does have a really good buff, makes you stronger. You would just have to have like a one-handed weapon in your right hand, while you have the left shield actually like readied. You don't have to be blocking with it, like holding block, but it just has to be there, not on your back. And so since I'm not ever going to do that, I'll never get a chance to use the buff after they patched it out anyway, and so maybe that'll come back around. I just showed you that you could get the shield because it's on the way, and it stacks with all other buffs too, so it's a shame because it's there and it could work. But anyway, my loadout, if you want to use it, you just need to get like 2 more, I think, like right besides what I have now, maybe like 2 more endurance. But anyway, so looks like I'll probably be coming back, because this is me going for the boss now. So after I leveled my weapons, I went and you saw I poured it and got the cookbook that I had missed earlier, where I thought in the like very, very almost like beginning of the run, took a detour. I had to Google it real quick on where the cookbook was back in Limgrave, first zone. So I have it now. I made myself some fire grease, as you see is in my inventory. Taking a little bit of break here while that's before I start up with the bosses, because this is pretty much it from here on out. I'll go back and grab a couple of more talisman once I get more slots to wear more talisman. I only have 1 right now anyway, so no point to go grab those. And so I'll come back for those, I think, after the first couple bosses, because you'll get a couple spots real quick. But yeah, I'll skip ahead of this break here and do a little bit more commentary. And once we get into it, it's pretty steady run, just maybe like one or two more upgrades that we were holding off on because they're maybe behind like a harder enemy than these bosses. So we'll do at least the first few, get those last upgrades, and then you're pretty much by mid game, without even having to kill anything. As you saw, we accessed about like 90% of the upper ground areas naturally without any kind of skips. There's a bunch of underground, subterranean, kind of, underneath, types of areas you can get to by like an elevator, and they are accessible. They're not cut off right now. All of them. There is like one or two in particular you could get to right now, but I purposely am skipping that. It's all optional, just a huge detour. But they do have a few golden seeds and things there too. But since we're going to cap out on the golden seeds from the route that I'm taking anyway, there's no reason to get more than we need. I'll get you to exactly enough to get you the maximum flask, as well as fully upgrade your somber weapon to 10 and the sacred tears for your flask to plus 12 potency. And so, yeah, there is of course a lot of optional content, but we'll skip all that. So just a couple more things after, but bosses resume after a short break. Be right back. Alright, should resume playback here soon. And so we have our, I think I did, hopefully now I have actually assigned the flame grant me strength spell. You have to add a grace, actually assign your spells. And then I have the golden vow on the dagger, and I have the fire grease that I just crafted from the cookbook, the butterflies, the resins, and I have the physic for what buffs we're going to use now. There's one buff I'll change out of the physic later, but for the two slots for the physic buff I have now. And I think that's pretty much it for what we can do to upgrade. There's one other thing called a rune arc that just we'll use later to give us a few more stats, but we're not going to use it now. But I won't talk during this. I'll just show the quick fight. And just like that, underwhelming it might seem, but he's a nasty fight. I've tried just casually going in, without upgrades, brand new unleveled character, just from the very lack of health alone. I mean, damage is one thing for having an unleveled weapon, but the Uchi's unsheathed, it hits hard enough that, I mean, damage-wise, you can stagger him, take off a pretty good chunk of his health. So that's not a problem. But yeah, if you don't, like you saw there, I basically didn't even really try to dodge anything. I just went blow for blow, and just to show that's going to be a possibility here for the half of it. I mean, I'll start to dodge around because it obviously makes for better gameplay, but just to show like the very first one, or I think the second one coming up too here at Godric, always a very loud horn. The second one too, I think honestly you could just really hammer away, and like there's not anything they could do to outlive the damage that if you followed along. So this kind of complicated path through, we went up the stairs, and picked up in that little like nook window thing the last 10 Saint Trina arrows. Those are sleep arrows that we're in need for the run later. So we grabbed those. And then I went to the back corner of this room here, since I'm here already, just to pick up the hook claws. We won't need those. I said earlier I would show a couple weapon alternatives. Think in total I honestly might grab like 4. There's a bunch of weapons that I do like, and there's even 1 or 2 that are kind of on the way that wouldn't be much of a detour, but I essentially won't have more somber stones or regular smithing stones depending on what they take, but I just figured I'd pick them up to show that is an option. Hook claws are fine. There's basically any of the claws, their whole purpose is that they attack fast and proc the status buildups. In and of themselves, their melee damage is not like overwhelming or great, but what you'd want to do is look to put, I think all of them come with innate bleed, just like this Bloodhound thing I didn't mention earlier, but it comes with, on top of just being a hard-hitting weapon, it comes with a bleed buildup that'll proc, once in a while, but it's not even really needed, but when it does go off, that's great. So the hook claws are good if you want to use those. You can put it like an Ash of War that does like a status build up like cold or whatever else. That's what I usually do, is they come with bleed and then you put cold, and in their case it doesn't override the bleed, they just coexist. But so that's cool. You can have like 2 different statuses. They're kind of like a fast attacking weapon that you can build up statuses like that quick. What I went with instead, the Bloodhound Fang, although it does have bleed status, is more about just how hard like a charged up like R2 heavy attack will do when fully buffed. So it ends up being along kind of the lines of, they have even bigger, slower weapons called colossal weapons. Ends up being something along those lines without having all the weight to go along with it. And so you get like the damage of like these big heavy weapons, but in just like a regular curved sword that still keeps you at like a medium weight. And I just like the way that it swings. It has a good Ash of War, as you saw I used on Margit. I think I want to say the very first swing I did, it was kind of like it's like a back step, swirly, and then you can finish up too by like charging forward and hitting again. Just really a lot of mobility to it on top of how hard it hits. I do like Unsheath a lot from the Uchigatana, and I kind of always miss that every time I trade it in, but this one is just a higher end game. Like it starts as you get it to level 10, which is a lot easier to do with Somber than it is with regular smithing. As you get it to the final level, it's just kind of scale. This another gauntlet, as I was talking about earlier, how they have gauntlets. This is another one here as we're running through this whole castle from the start as you get into the main gate all the way through the courtyard. It just everything's trying to kill you. We had to talk, you probably saw earlier, we talked to that NPC guy that was like standing right there next to the gate, that was like, hey, come here, listen. If you talk to him, he'll yell for them to open up the main gate. For some reason they trust him, and so they let you right on through. You don't have to take it that way. The benefit is like it's much quicker and more risky, but after all of the health, like extra vigor leveling that we've done, you should be able to tank a lot of those onslaughts at the start there. You might die once or twice, but nothing compared to if you were a new player. You'd want to consider a new player going around where I had picked up the hook claws as I started to, that was starting to go around, and then I just turned back after I got the arrows that I needed. And we pick up a golden seed here, and then another weapon alternative that you can, if you want, it's pretty cool. This is a friendly NPC, so if you're trying to go for a completion route or you want to do her quest line for some reason, don't kill her like that, just talk to her. But if you don't care about quest, or you've done it already, or you just want her axes early, she'll eventually give them to you, but if you want them early, and an alternative to using the Bloodhound Fang, the axes are pretty good. I have no real problem. I just think this one holds up a little bit better towards the end. But that one is pretty good. You can either just two-hand like one of them, or you can, as you saw, she dropped two. It can dual wield. So another alternative weapon. I'll pick up eventually in this run alone with you making honestly no changes and just following along. As you saw, the E.G. Smith guy in Liurnia, that big tall troll next to the forge, as you saw, he sold 1 through 4 for Sombers. And then at some point in this run, I've already got an extra Somber 9 from killing a Scarab and Kaled right past the Night Cavalry that jumped off the edge. There was an extra 9 there. There's an extra 5, 6 somewhere. The extra 7 comes in kind of late, but I will eventually, I believe, in this run. I had at first started to make a point to get a double copy of everything on purpose, and then realized I didn't really need to, as it kind of just naturally comes out. So if you're watching through this video, just kind of maybe make bookmarks for yourself. They should have, if you wanted to level 2 weapons, there should be a point that I get just about a copy of every Somber, I think. So I just might not call it out. But anyway, coming up here on boss number 2.
Return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
So as you can see there, just disgusting damage early on in this game. Make sure, if you are following along, trying to mimic all the buffs that I've used. The seal, you can just ready the left hand seal to pop the flame, grant me strength, but then you can go back to two-handing your weapon, so you don't have to have that one like active. But yeah, so you can essentially just ready the seal to cast the flame, grant me strength buff, and then go back to two-hand your weapon, and it'll stay. Same with the dagger, Ash of War, or whatever you chose weapon to put that Ash of War Golden Vow. You would just switch over to that, put the Golden Vow buff up, and then put your Bloodhound Fang main weapon back on. And then the grease is going to, that one actually matters what you have ready, because it's going to apply the grease to whatever weapon is like currently active. So I tend to do that one last in the order, just because to make sure that I do apply it to my Bloodhound Fang. But everything else, and then including the physic, it's buffing you and not necessarily your weapon. So you could just do it in whatever order. If you technically wanted to do it in the order of like just ascending, or like most to least, like if you want to do it in descending duration to get the like most out of it, I guess technically I want to say the physic lasts the longest, so you would pop your physic buff potion, and then the Golden Vow, dagger, Ash of War, switch back to your main weapon, put the grease on, and then I think the incantation Flame grant me strength is only like 30 seconds, so technically you would do that last, two-hand your weapon again, and then go into it. I want to say that's correct, but honestly that might be more trouble than it's worth. I wouldn't overcomplicate it, other than just maybe doing the incantation or the grease last, one of the two, just to make sure you get the flow of it. That's how I do. Usually I just I'll usually just make sure the golden vow before the incantation, because it lasts longer. So I'll do the golden vow from the dagger, switch back to my main weapon, do the incantation, the physic, the grease, and then what we're doing right now, as you see, I had ported to the bridge area, and we're going to activate this one last kind of buff called a great rune. They have, I guess, about, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 of these in the game, but I'm going to use the very first one. Is honestly, for a casual playthrough, it's I think it's like the best one. It's kind of ironically, that's something they might need to retool in later games. I think they kind of nailed it with just about everything, but I always thought the great rune was a little bit weird. It's kind of taken on with Dark Souls 3, just having what was it, Ember. They had Embers where it just, when you pop that, it just gave you like more health on top of what your natural health bar was until you died, and it would stay up. The one consumable would get used up, but it would stay until you die, and so that was cool. It does something similar. It gives you just a tiny bit more health, not as big as a chunk as an Ember did from Dark Souls 3, but it gives you a little bit more health. But it has a secondary effect depending on what great rune you assign to the rune arc. I assigned, after I killed Godric, the last boss. Godric had a great rune as one of his rewards or awards. Godric had a great rune as one of his rewards, and you have to actually like sit at a grace and assign your active selected great rune before it will actually do anything with the rune arc. So it's kind of confusing, but like if you just kill the boss, he gives you a great rune, you don't go to that like hidden area to activate it first off, so you just have like an empty great rune like symbol in your inventory called like Godric's great rune or something, and then you go to activate it with the little glowy symbol that I touched, and at the top of that elevator, at the end of that bridge with all the trolls, now it's active, and then I have to assign it by sitting at a grace and clicking on like, this is the rune I want to use as my great rune slot, putting it there. And then lastly, for it to actually do anything, part 3 would be to collect a number of these consumable, one use per one that you find. So there's a limited amount, just like embers in Dark Souls. I mean, there was a limited amount, but you could find quite a bit of them. Rune arcs are the same. I think there's very few in the world. You can buy some, and then it's a kind of an incentive for like PvP. If you actually kill a player, it gives you one every time you kill. So just like embers, same concept, except like the way that I like that much better, where it was just simple. Like the ember, you just get it and it just comes built in. When you pop it, just gives you more health. This one, you have to assign the great rune after you've activated it to begin with, and then pop the rune arc, and it gives you whatever what that great rune does. They do different ones, but the ones I selected just has plus stats, just straight up, just extra stats. So anyway, here's a fight. pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I didn't even play that particularly well, but it just another hack and slash without trying overly, knowing that I have the health and the damage, just to outlast him without much skill. He's not technically a required story boss, but he is also in the way and impassable from this next one that we do have to fight. So I mean, he's a required fight, but just not like for the story itself. One of the major bosses, but yeah, you just to get past, you do have to. There's no workaround, so you have to fight him. But he's fun. I actually just, once I'm powered up, I like how much damage it takes off of him from each swing. And then this will be the last boss here. For the audio recording, you guys won't notice any skips. I'm gonna let the video be uploaded in one single part, even when I take another break. Like I said, towards the end of when I streamed this on Twitch the other day, I just, you'll see I just had gone to the main menu quit out screen, but there's no content that you'll miss for that. It'll just have a clean playthrough, so you'll get a realistic idea. The in-game timer on the character at the end of the run will be what I actually sat down and played. I just in real life slept overnight and then came back and did what I would consider the hardest bosses the next day. Probably should have saved the one at the end of that video section, the end of that Twitch stream. Probably should have saved even the one I ended on for the next part. But yeah, so that's not coming up in here anytime soon. In this, what you're watching now, it's much later. Only the audio that I'm recording. I'll take a break here after this boss. And so, yeah, that I made that looks, and it is, but I made that look a lot easier than it can be. Of course, with our build right now, it is technically, but even so, she, Renala, I believe her name is, she does have one-shot potential. She's kind of a glass cannon. I never really gave her the chance because we also just hit really hard. So she doesn't take a lot of hits, but she can hit hard. The first bit of that in phase 1 is probably pretty confusing of what's going on. Just make sure you're looking as you're running throughout the room. They can be hidden sometimes in like behind the books here in the shelves, but usually they're out in the middle. You'll see there's going to be like a golden kind of aura circle around one of her students. That's the only one that you need to hit at the time being. Killing any of the other ones really doesn't do anything. So you'll hit 3 in a row, and then she'll fall from her like glass encase, whatever, and then be damageable. And then when you drain her health in the phase 1, she starts out there, and the very beautiful like open area, probably one of my favorites, like just really no structures to distract or block you, whatever. And my recommendation with that, you saw I got just knowing that I was about to finish stage 1, I kind of preemptively, I put a couple of buffs up to help with my damage. And so, because you don't have a whole lot of time right after you kill her in phase 1, and she's going to pretty much instantly go in to phase 2. And then my one recommendation with that fight, if you're having trouble, is to actually think about pushing forward rather than dodging her spells and attacks backwards. Think about it kind of charging at her and like a slight left to right pattern as you're juking, but she's very much staggerable or interruptible. Like she's strong in her damage but weak in her defense, and that she's a true caster. So you can pretty much every hit get her in like a nice stagger pattern, and then you hit her, immediately push forward a few feet, hit her again, push forward. You might even get her in like a pattern where she never cast. But the cast that she does do, I was able to run forward basically through them. So anyway, you see I ported back. I was going to give it a shot. I played just super just sloppy and goofy. This fight is usually not a problem at this point, but the first couple of tries, I just wasn't paying attention, but it's okay. We get what we need eventually. You see I ported back to Kaled, the fort there at the bottom, and then just took off the cliff side near the fort. There's a safe fall with a little wind tunnel thing. But we're coming back here. This is one of the very few times, just because this little mini boss was harder than anything to show for the actual story mode. But he has a physic buff that will switch out that is a little bit better, and so only reason to kill him that I'm doing for that. And he does give a lot of runes, so gives us some levels, so dual purpose. He really doesn't like fire, so extra reason to make the fire grease. He does hit really hard though, so he'll probably two-shot you. Watch out for the scarlet rot, is the just like that poisonous rot looking like pink stuff floating around. Try to avoid that. That's what got me the first time. I don't remember if I think I either this run or the other run I died twice, but I do eventually get him, no problem. Just got greedy. Try to end it really quickly rather than taking time. And right here, as you see, every time he's stagger, yeah, I think I remember this. Yeah, literally one hit away. I fumbled, got hit, and then rolled into the rot. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Every time you stagger a boss, which is easier to do by charging up those heavy melee R2s, which are really slow, so you have to find a pretty good open window. For him, it's whenever he jumps, lands on his butt, the scarlet rots you just walk behind him. He'll have a couple of seconds where you can really charge up a heavy attack. You do those enough time in succession, and it'll build up his stagger, eventually bust it, and that's where you see he's stunned, and he's going to have like this glowing. Every monster that does that, they'll have somewhere like a weak spot, like the traditional, if it was like a, you know, if it was, there it is, I just staggered him now. I'm going to go ahead and do the riposte on his weak spot. So a riposte is kind of like, it's like a locked in animation. All you do really is you just push while you're like right next to the weak spot. You just push your regular L2 light attack, and the light attack will do this like lock animation of, they call it a riposte. I already staggered him again. He's just really getting hammered, and I did the riposte again just to take it. You don't have to if you think your regular like charged up R2 damage while he's staggered is going to be just as hard or better as the actual riposte damage. You can just do that instead. It varies, you know, depending on the situation on which one you want to do. So I went ahead and did the staggers. They just look cool, and they're about the same damage on that particular monster. Some of the more tanky bosses, I would say, like if you're not hitting hard or you have like a fast swinging weapon, go for the riposte instead of like a charged attack. Go for the riposte on the weak spot. It'll tend to take off more. But we got what we needed. We got some souls, and also, or not souls, but runes, and also the cracked, I think it was the cracked tier buff for the physic. I'm going to switch out in a minute, and that one, I think I put it in place of the dexterity eventually. Maybe not right yet, but once the bosses start to hit hard, they're not really doing it yet, but once you start taking a little bit of damage for our level, I'll switch out one of the physic buffs. It's just like a plus to dexterity, as you see there. Yeah, I thought about doing it. I think I kept it because not quite worried about the damage yet, but right now my physic is buffing me with extra dexterity when it is up, and the other is making my charged heavy R2 attacks hit harder. I always keep that one in. It's really good. And then I switch out the dexterity buff, since it's just a few extra dex. Once we get higher level anyway and raise our dexterity naturally, I'll switch it out with the other physic buff I just got from the tree. Is a all damage negation like reduction, so it just absorbs and just makes you that much tankier. It'll come in handy later. So gonna fight another optional boss for the golden seed. This is the one I was talking about, right inside the capital gate, that first gate. They have a little mini boss. He can be quite as, maybe about as difficult as the mob you just fought before. He looks way harder, but he's not. He's about the same. Hits with some area stuff like that. I would say maybe on at least this one. They have different versions. This mob and the other tree that we saw before, they return in this game in multiple different zones, scaling difficulty. So this version of this guy is not the hardest one. But yeah, he gives you a golden seed, and we're almost done with those for what you can access. Our flask, I think after this, our flask will be like 13 out of the possible 14 charges you can have, so you're almost completely capped on flask. I think we're about there. It'd be annoying, kind of hiding behind the wagon. But his damage is not too bad. I would say the tree before was closer to like a 1 or 2 shot. This guy's like a 3 potential, so he's not too bad if your defenses are as good as what I've shown. And then I think at this point, I guess I'm probably going to get the Somber Stone 7, just knocking out all of the kind of prep number 2 stuff, I guess. So there's prep 1, and then things that you would actually have to kill with a boss health bar. That's not part of the story, but it's worth the time. Prep number 2, much shorter, don't worry, it'll just be a small detour. We're about to fight a side boss here. He's interesting looking. Not too hard if you have collected the sleep arrows I talked about earlier. Those will come in handy twice. On this guy once, and I actually underutilized them. You can put him to sleep multiple times. It's not like a one-time per fight. I just wanted to make sure I saved the majority of them for the later fight that's harder, so I had only put him to sleep once. But you can do it multiple times if you're struggling, or if you don't mind crafting some more, or farming more, or farming the sleep pots, or crafting sleep pots, whatever. But I wasn't too worried. I had enough heal pots still, and he wasn't coming close to one-shotting, so I just did it the one time. But yeah, once you kill him, you'll behind him have access to get the Somber Stone 7, and then we're truly done with this entire Volcano Manor side area. Yeah, and that's that for anything that you have to fight in this area. Don't need any shields. Just kind of taking a look at what I can hold and still maintain medium. But yeah, no shield. I'm not going to be blocking or parrying. And this one, if you want to practice parrying does come in handy. Blocking is good for your first casual playthrough. Dodging is going to be way better, because it'll take less endurance and open you up to punish attacks that miss. And there's just some stuff that you just can't block. They make sure of it. Every single time you do block, it's going to drain your stamina to a point where it runs out, and you're just open to a very nasty riposte attack from the enemy. Or even if it does block, if there's any kind of magical element at all, it's still not going to give you 100% reduction. You're still going to get hit by that. So like a lot of enemies they have added in this game have something magical for the most part. So blocking's tough. It's good for a casual playthrough. The first few bosses, definitely recommended on like just kind of going through the main part of the game as far as like regular enemies. But these boss fights, unfortunately, after you start to kind of get outlasted or outplayed by the gear we have set up, which will take you far, but not to the very last. In terms of damage absorption and healing, you're not gonna just tank through everything. You're gonna have to dodge eventually. So it is coming, but so far, as you can see, I'm really not playing anything with a lot of innate carefulness or skill or patience on the bosses so far. Just kind of charged in wildly. That last one included, he can get you because he has a couple combo attacks that you can kind of get caught in. So he can get you from 100 to 0 if you're not careful. Like I said, you can sleep him more than once if you want to put him to sleep. Gives you some free attacks. But that's up to you. I ended up saving the arrows just because I saw that I had plenty of health pots still, so figured I would just trade blows with him. You saw I tried to do. There was the phase 2. He kind of inflates himself, jumps in the air, and then he starts spinning on his side, rolling at you. It's terrifying, but I got behind a pillar. That's one way to block it easily if you prepare ahead of time and like perfectly position like half of yourself so that like he puts himself directly. Otherwise he'll roll right past it if it's like too far left or right. But I got him to stick on the pillar, which was great. I tried to get an attack in there. You can. I would just recommend like not maybe this weapon. I think I die right here. This is one of the worst parts of the another gauntlet talked about earlier. Totally. Now I'm stuck, and yeah, just messing up all over the place. They have a grab attack. Grab attacks are really annoying because just once you're in it, there's no out, there's no buttons, nothing you can do. You're just stuck. So it's coming. The worst part of that is I was going to pick up something completely unnecessary just out of habit from seeing a shiny item. I think it's part of a quest for the story here in Volcano Manor. You can give, it's like a seedbed curse or some item. You can give it to one of the NPCs to curse them or cure them of a curse. I don't remember, one of the two things, but literally has like no innate purpose, not an upgrade, doesn't matter, can't wear it, can't use it. That's like adding insult to injury that I didn't have to get caught there for nothing. If at least it could have been worthwhile, but oh well. Quick run back, no big deal. And let's see, what was I saying about, oh yeah, just blocking in general. Yeah, I'll end up taking the shield off it. Go ahead and use whatever you want. Like I said, I mean, if you do end up using anything, the jelly shield has a buff on top of all the other buffs we've been putting up that can stack as well. So you can end up having, we've already got like 4 or something. You could have like a 5th one. There's different buffs that some stack and some don't, and that's one of them that stacks with everything, the jelly shield. So if you do use anything, try to get your equipment to let you have a medium loadout or less with that. But otherwise, learning to just dodge around, it's gonna be more beneficial if you're looking to play through kind of quickly punish the enemies before your buffs fade, make them stagger. You can go a very long, drawn-out fight of just kind of, swinging dry, poking back and forth with like a small sword, dagger, and then a shield in your left hand. A lot of times it'll do more harm than good just because you'll run out of heal potions before you can take the enemy down. I like to, as much as I can, buff myself up, go in hot, swinging, get a lot of charged R2 attacks in there and stagger them. And before they even know it, they're about half health, and then the real fight starts, and you have such a leg up at that point. But anyway, as you saw, nevertheless, I grabbed the Somber Stone Steven, this number 7 that was sitting at the top of that ledge there, jumped down, took the grace, and I am done with that area. So that'll go ahead and do it for me as far as audio recording. Now you can see the 7, because I already had an 8 and a 9. The 7 was the only thing in my way of upgrading my weapon all the way to number 9 out of 10 total. The only thing we need left now, which they don't have like a very early version of. We can grab it. Luckily, we can grab the ancient somber stone for number 10, the last upgrade, before the hardest last like 3 bosses. So that is good. But it's not available in early prep time before we progress a little bit. But that's fine. When it is available, coincidentally for me, that's when I, in past playthroughs, have gotten like to a point that I would quote unquote say like stuck. Like now I'm not beating the bosses in like 1 or 2 or 3 sloppy tries. I'm having to like slow down and actually really methodically, it's up to 5 to 10 to 15. Like I'm still doing it, but it's no longer a quick kind of run through. It's gets to be now a little bit too casual, but it gets close. There's a couple times in this run, this run alone, it gets close to that. Never really that far gone, so don't worry. You don't have to watch me try and fail and die too many times. I think there's 2 different bosses. Maybe I get upwards of like about like 5 each, but that's okay. We'll take those on our second attempt with trying to have a run through. Like I said, I am not a speedrunner, not a no-hit runner, just a guy that preps early, lets the gear carry him because it's fun. Proof of concept if you want to follow along and know where everything is to cap yourself out or get about 90% capped. Like I said, we can get our weapon to 9 out of 10 early game, and then we can get the 10th before the last like 3 hardest bosses. I'll show you where that is, but I'll finish up here. This is again kind of a boss like the wolf before, who is not part of the story, but he is 100% required to get this gate opened where you have to be, so we do have to kill him. And the nice little bleed proc you saw there, bleed build up right at the end just to chunk off a little bit extra damage for the last hit. That's why you'll see all of a sudden it just does a little bit more. The Bloodhound Fang doesn't have the highest of the bleed status weapons in terms of like how much bleed build up it does per hit, But the fact that it has anything when I'm really just using it for its melee damage alone, um, it's a nice little surprise when you get enough consecutive attacks in there that it'll finally proc it the last bit. But yeah, he's a fun fight. He's no walk in the park, really. Just our build does pretty good at this point. Still, we're not gonna get one shot, but he can definitely get to a point. Two shot for sure, especially when he's got his axe buffed up with like the lightning there you saw. And so when he goes into like that phase 2, he can really start to punish if you're unlucky and you fall like under the worst part of the swing down. So that one definitely is a hard hitting boss, but it's fun. Not required to necessarily for the lore of it, but is required to beat the game just because that door won't, without any kind of glitches, will not open otherwise. I had mentioned earlier, he is one of the few and the only other one in this, that's the only other one in this run that we'll do that can be nudged off the edge of a cliff. Nearby there was a cliff. If you go and run near it, he'll run pretty close to you, charge at you, and then if you parry with your shield, it kind of sends him in like a slight staggery state that you can then, once you parry him, run behind him real quickly. And this one is, from what I could tell watching other people do it, not easy. So I had basically no desire to try that. But you just hit him real quick, like right on the back of the horse, and it'll kind of make the horse almost very realistically, like just real life. It'll just kind of spook him, and he just jumps right off the edge there. That one's a nice cheesy strategy for the free kill, but I mean, it's doing that and getting talented enough to be able to pull that off. I would say if you can do that, you've probably already proven that you can just beat the game naturally. So I'm still fighting that one. I'll have the Night Cavalry from earlier, the nighttime boss. I will have that one just run off the edge because I don't actually have to like hit him or anything, so it's much easier. You just stand near the edge and he'll just jump off. But this Tree Sentinel in gold, yeah, no, I haven't tried it, but I don't think I see myself knocking him off with any parries anytime soon. But alas, you can if you want to try it. They have another scripted Melina? I don't remember her name. Another scripted one encounter, just let you know, like, hey, you're doing great. Here I jump too early, like a goof, not paying attention. You do need to jump off the side of the ledge to get a golden seed that I'll show you, but not that early. As soon as I walked down the steps, took the grace, walked down the steps out into the balcony. Over the right hand side is some land, a little patch, and you'll find an enemy much like before, and he'll give you a golden seed. So we walk back up. Luckily there's not a dead end or anything. One of the underground areas I was talking about is subterranean, they actually call it, and it has a lot of upgrades. I mean, there's definitely no denying it has a very, very good talisman for bleed users that just makes your damage higher after bleed procs in the area. So when it goes off, if you have a weapon that does it often, all of a sudden you'll just be hitting harder for a little time being. Good talisman for bleed users. I don't bleed enough on this weapon to worry about wasting one of my talisman spots. But very good if you want to look it up, the Blood Lord talisman or something like that. Feel free to go through literally all the way at the end of that whole subterranean tunnel. It is a maze down there. It's dark. It's the equivalent of like every game that has like the sewer or swamps. Let's see. So I go back, just run a little bit further. But yeah, no, I'm avoiding that area. No need. And we'll buff up a little bit because we're going to fight another one of those worm. They call them ulcerated trees, but looks like a worm snake to me. But anyway, finish this one off here. As you can see, that one version is a little tankier than the one we just fought outside the capital. I kept trying to go for the stagger charged R2 attacks, never really got to a point. So I kept letting it hit me as I was trying to charge up these slow attacks, seeing if I could stagger it. But that's okay. That's even with the upgrade from that last one to that being tankier and it hit a little harder, we're still outmatching it. As you can see, I've gotten up to 13 flask uses. I have 12 I have in heals, 1 I have in a mana. We only ever really use our mana to buff ourselves at the start, and then our Ash of War to do our skill, little like swirly like swing / dodge, does take mana. I don't make use of the Ash of War on this enough, I'll be honest. That one, I know from a runner's point of view, like if I like I said, I'm very new outside of being casual myself 2 runs ago, so it's kind of like the blind leading the blind watching this. But if I can do this, the hope is that anyone can, just by mimicking at least up to the last maybe 30 minutes where I fight the last couple of hard bosses. But if you can mimic this and just get prepped and do what I do, I'm definitely still casual in my plays. But yeah, at this point, already having 13 flash charges. Like I said, I used 12 for heals, and the one for the mana is plenty just to get me back up to full mana after putting my buffs up, and then gives me 1 bar of mana throughout the fight. If you do use a different weapon that you enjoy, the Ash of War, or find it effective, or even this one it's totally fine. A lot honestly is very good and it should be used more often. I just don't utilize it enough and haven't gotten very much practice with it. You might, if you do that, you might want to use more mana. But I go with an all heals and 1 mana setup, and sometimes you'll see later in the run it'll come down to the wire, so you'll be happy for everyone you have. But that's up to you, obviously, whatever mixture you want to use. And then we'll show this last one. I keep saying I'll take a audio break. That doesn't have any bearing, like I said, on even why I'm mentioning it. I'm not sure, because the video itself won't, for what you'll see uploaded in just one succession, why my voiceover that I'm recording at a later date, watching my playback, I keep saying I'll take a break, other than, I guess, maybe some explanation if I come back tomorrow, and my voice is different. I don't know, not to be alarmed. But you see we use our magic grease. That's one that I didn't have to craft, I just picked up, because he is weak to that, so I'll let this play out. As you see, we got another talisman pouch there. I didn't mention, up until now, I think that's our last and fourth final talisman pouch. We had gained one we just start off with. The second one, I believe, at the very first boss, Margit awards it, I think. And third one is actually Spice. That one's a little bit different. You have to speak to one of the NPCs at the round table. It's the room that has a stairway going up, so you can't miss it. And it only unlocks after you have killed 2 bosses that actually give great runes. Since they don't all do that, you can't just go after the first 2 story mode bosses, but the first available time that in this run I can do it was after Renala. So Godric the Grafted was the one with the little dragon arm fire breathing Godric guy. Second boss of the run, first one that gives us a great rune, we actually using his great rune. And then Renala the Academy, like sorcerer lady in the bubble, technically gives a great rune. We're not going to use it, but by killing 2 bosses that have those, you talk to this NPC in the round table up the stairs, and then she just awards you with the talisman pouch slot, just for whatever reason, just by progressing that far. So doesn't have to be necessarily those 2 bosses. There's others that give great runes, so just that's the 2 that I fight in order. So after Renala, you should have, no matter how you're playing, because you really can't get, well, I'm not sure. I was going to say, I guess you probably could. I don't know. No, you could probably get to Renala without even killing Godric, so disregard. But yeah, you should have probably already killed Godric, though. But you don't probably have to, because you can get to Liurnia and the Academy, as you saw earlier, skipping everything else. We were already in Liurnia and had the Academy key, so yeah, I guess for all intents and purposes, you could probably get there first. But yeah, Godric and Renala, those are the first and easiest great rune bosses. Get the talisman pouch from the lady upstairs. Get the fourth and final talisman pouch from Gold Godfrey. A lot of people just call him Goldfrey. Makes sense. Nickname Goldfrey, the one that we just fought. My sloppiest, and I promise, I think from memory, the last pretty not not skillful fight. So pretty lackluster fight. I just let my health and my gear carry me. I almost even died at one point where he got off like a 4-hit combo and I didn't dodge any of it, but I think at this point, much like in this audio recording, I think in that video I was at the time probably getting pretty tired, but that's okay. And then another little side thing, because we have unlocked our last talisman pouch slot, I'm getting the talismans I had mentioned earlier. There was really no need since I couldn't wear all of them. There's just 2 more that I'll switch between, and so I'm grabbing those 2 real quick. In these dungeons, little catacombs, one of them that was in Liurnia. This guy you kill, I think it's for the ritual sword talisman, I can't remember. Pretty easy fight. Oh no, it's the, okay, so it's the other one. It's the winged sword insignia, makes consecutive attacks gain power. So that one's like a building. It does building block. It doesn't innately just give you power putting it on while you're standing there, but as you land consecutive attacks back to back in succession without like downtime in between, you'll start to gain attack power as a buff. And it'll fade over time as you have, like, you know, time not attacking. So comes in handy sometimes. This weapon's more of a slow hit once, dodge, and hit once. It's better on other weapons. I get it just because there's a couple instances where that does come in handy. You can get a lot of attacks in, but most bosses are not going to let you punish with a, like, slower, like, sword. That would come in a little bit better on certain weapons like claws and daggers that are fast. At certain weapons that have an Ash of War that do like a multi-hit combo thing, like a kind of a spinning attack that registers each like hit on the actual Ash of War swing as like a successive hit, so consecutive hit. That talisman will come in handy there. I just grab it because it's super easy, and I think I use it like maybe once. But other weapons, it comes in like pretty handy. I'll use this one a little bit more often, where it's gives you attack power as long as you are at full health. So a conditional talisman, I'll try to stay at full health. I don't always, obviously. Sometimes my heal puts me at like a 90, and then it's kind of annoying because I'm not getting the benefit. But again, don't be fooled. This guy, while he takes a lot of damage, and we can kill him real quick with our current setup while he's doing like some kind of pre-ritual like roar or howl, we can kind of kill him in that little small window before he's even ready. But if you don't, and he actually does start fighting back, don't be mistaken. He hits really hard. So anyway, we put on, I think, my preference of the layout, which we'll use throughout, since I don't use the Ash of War skill as often as I should. I did take off Alexander's jar shard, the one that we got from the jar. And I put in the ritual sword talisman, gives you attack power as you're at full health. The winged sword insignia, attack power as you attack consecutively. The axe talisman makes your charged heavy R2 attacks hit harder. And then I have the one that I'll always have to wear, Radagon's Sorseal, just gives you like +5 to most stats besides the casting ones. We don't use the casting anyway, but like the strength, the dex, the vigor, the endurance, my main stats, it's going to give +5, just like essentially 20 stats when everything is said and done, which is the equivalent of like 20 levels. And so it's just all in all on a casual run, until you would get like extremely late game or very high level, and you can make up those stats with just naturally leveling anyway. That one's going to be like your most beneficial talisman just because think of it as like 20 free levels. It's just really good. But it has a small downside that it makes you take a little bit more damage, which we'll try to offset with our armor. Our physic gives us damage negation when we pop the physic, and then also I'm gonna pick up a different talisman late game that actually is just physical damage absorb as well, to offset some of that. I'll probably put it in place of the winged sword insignia just because it's not a lot of times that I'll get successive like attacks back to back with how I'm fighting. So I'll talk about that later, but yeah, from here on out, gonna take my first audio break as it's getting late in the night as I'm voicing over. You guys don't need to know that, other than if I lose train of thought where I last left off and when I pick up, or my voice sounds different. The video won't have any cuts or anything like that, so enjoy the rest of it as I continue on with another story mode boss, and see you soon. And I'm back, ready to take on the next story mode boss. I believe Morgott or Morgott, very similar to Margit from the beginning. I don't think that's coincidence. They are basically the same design, but very much tougher fight. I'm not really that great at this one naturally, so you'll see that I kind of over prepare by applying a grease that he's weak to lightning damage. I think I used my first rune arc on this, even the rune arc being what you apply to it as a great rune. And you see in a couple seconds here I made a mistake and realized that I never even assigned the great rune at the grace to actually put in the rune arc. The rune arc in and of itself just gives you like a tiny health buff, but if you don't assign a great rune, it doesn't give you the secondary benefits, which we only ever picked up the one initial Godric great rune, which gives us plus to stats. So it'll be a damage increase, but also you'll see the health bar go up even more. So wasted a rune arc there because now I have to repop it, but that's okay. Over preparing for this fight, honestly, if you shouldn't need to do all this. I just tend to struggle with him a little bit on his moveset. It's pretty aggro, you'll see, but yeah, so enjoy the fight. Just go ahead and mute myself for this one, not too much to explain. So, pretty straightforward. That fight ends up looking a lot easier than it definitely can be, depending on how much effort you want to put into buffing, preparing, leveling, and then, in my case, using a rune arc for... think of it, I guess, as just more levels, since it's the one that I'm using, the Great Rune, just as plus to stats. So, basically, leveling myself up. It'll stay here until I die. This rune arc, and applying a grease, obviously, that he's weak to lightning, so that damage was pretty high, so I never really gave him a chance to wear me down. But in a longer fight, his phase 2, he starts to really attack pretty quickly, and it's tough to dodge some of that stuff. you'll see the phase 2 transition as he starts to like summon some kind of boiling like ground flame or lava. When you see that, try to back off. I didn't quite get out of it in time. It hit me a little bit, but try to run out of that. But yeah, pretty straightforward. There is one trick built into the game if you're having trouble with him, and for whatever reason you don't feel like using a summon, an ash summon, to help yourself out, but you still want to kind of remain solo but cheese it. There is a cheese where cheese just being like a strategy that just makes it really simple. A cheese strategy that you can pick up this item that kind of bounds him, shackles him to the ground. It's literally called like Morgoth shackle. So it's an item in the game. It's nothing that's unintended. But if you want to go out of your way and Google and look that up, they have a Morgoth shackle item. You literally can just pop, and not sure what the downtime is. You can do it more than once, but for about like a few seconds, giving you a free hit or two, it'll just kind of stun lock him to the ground. So there is that if you're like struggling but don't want to summon any help for some reason, but you're kind of just over it. Feel free to use the shackle. At the end of the day, I am going to use some sleep arrows on one boss. So I mean, I'm not above, using something that's built in to make a boss fight easier, especially when the one I'm going to use it on, you'll see later, is it's a duo. So it's two bosses actively at the same time. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine with crowd control. I just didn't need the Morgoth shackled. I don't know if I even run by it in this run or not. It might be nearby, but don't have it, don't need it. And we move on. We're done with the capital, the inner capital, and we're about to take our second lift to another area required. This one is part of the story and required to progress. So you'll see that when we sat at that grace, that is a scripted. Melina, or whatever her name is, the maiden, comes and visits us and sits down. She'll do that every single time and hand us this second medallion. It's already intact, so it's not like a left half, right half. It's already intact. You just take it and then move on through the capital. As you see, I opened the big gates back there and then ran through this little field, up the stairs and onto the lift, and we're gonna head on to a snowy mountainous area. I think it's called Consecrated or Mountaintop of the Giants. I'm not sure, something like that, but you'll see why it's referred to as that very soon. This is the part in the video recording where I had part 1 and part 2 on my Twitch stream. I should have taken the break. Go ahead and pick up that Flame Drake Talisman. It's very conveniently like right there as you are running forward as you get off the lift. And so grab it, because the boss that you're fighting is going to do some fire damage. So unless you are trying to just max out your damage output, or you're fairly confident with your level of hit points, I would suggest using the flame talisman that they give you here in place of probably the winged sword insignia, or one of the maybe the ritual talisman, something that's just like a little bit of a damage increase that keep the axe and the Sorseal, but maybe one of those other two talismans. Place the Flame Drake one on once you approach the boss. You don't have to do it right now. You have a little bit of running to do, but that'll come in handy. You'll see. So going back to that, what I was saying earlier, I should have probably taken the break now. I took an audio break here on my voiceover, but the video, when I originally recorded it, probably should have called it a night, as it was at this time the previous couple of days it was getting pretty late, and so I'm tired, and I don't know why I pushed on, and you can see me pay for it. I'm a little sloppy in the fight coming up. This is the point in the run, in all honesty, where your gear, all the prep work, the couple of hours we did before, the over leveling, the leveling our weapon, getting all of our buffs, almost at this point maxing out. You'll see soon that we do actually max out our flask very soon. All of that is gonna basically come to a point right here in the run where you're no longer overpowered. You're perfectly on par and track with the bosses. You're not going to get truly one shot by any single hit. I mean, they can combo, so you can get unlucky and get 2 hits that'll 2-shot you back to back where you didn't really have time to recover. So more or less one-rounded, but not truly one shot. So you'll have enough health to still not get one shot. Your damage output is still perfectly fine. You're still, in definitely a good spot where you could beat the game, but it's this is going to take over as needing a little bit of innate skill or practice with the FromSoft games at this point forward. So everything from before, you were basically you could go blow for blow, hack and slash, really not even need to play it that carefully. As you saw, there's obviously much better ways I could have fought some of the bosses before, like the Godfrey, where I almost died on what is a pretty easy fight in this run normally, but that one actually was a lot closer than it should have been in a couple points. Was there anything before that gave me real trouble? I don't remember if I ever came close, but anyway, can't really do that too much now going forward. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to learn to dodge a little bit, or block if that's your preference. Dodging's a little bit better, but you can block some things. Whatever helps mitigate some of that damage helps you keep as many flasks on hand as possible. Just gonna have to outlast these fights. They're starting to get to the point where the bosses have a lot more HP and do a ton of damage, and so you're unfortunately no longer overpowered. You're just perfectly capable, but without summons or any of the tips and tricks. I would say this is where you're a brand new player. You're gonna meet your match. A new-ish player that's gone through a couple of the FromSoft games, or at least this one once or twice, so you know how it plays out. The spoiler endings. You really know what you're up against, but just maybe don't have the move set like hard memorized, which it would be. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know every single move, and I can't telegraph it. I can't telegraph all of their moves perfectly, but I can kind of see the more punishing ones as they're coming, the most important things that the bosses do to kind of get out of the way. So if you're at that point, you should be fine. But yeah, brand new players, I do apologize. This is where I can't save you on this video alone. You're gonna have to practice a little bit, but keep watching, keep playing, stick with it. It's gonna take determination. Nobody's gonna go through on their first try and just beat the game. You're gonna get stuck at some point. As you see, this is like the 4th or 5th time that I've beaten the game, and I'm gonna get my butt handed to me a few times by the next boss, but not too many, not enough to say what I would say reaching a point where I get stuck. That's kind of where you're on like the same boss almost for like hours, and you really need to reevaluate your approach or your build. My build's totally fine. I just make a couple missteps. I think it takes about 4 or 5 tries. No big deal. That's perfectly average. But if you don't see an end in sight, you're starting to get to a point where you've been on it for hours. Get up, walk around, take a break from the game, come back, go get some levels when you've rested in real life. Come back and get some XP and level up, upgrade whatever you can upgrade that you haven't already, and see what you can do. Maybe even consider, if you don't feel super comfortable with the weapon we chose here and you think you have a better approach, there's other ones that you can use that are quicker, and you can apply status effects. This next boss has a huge health pool, and so status effects that proc, percentage based things, or even like a slow poison or a slow rot, which is like a kind of another like poison. Those are going to be really good on this one, so that you could take that approach instead. I think we've picked up some extra somber stones, a few smithing stones, but I didn't do a perfect route to show how to level multiple weapons, really. But I did pick up a few extras, like the hook claws, and we ran by a monster in Volcano Manor that had Bloodhound claws, kind of like the Bloodhound Fang, but it's just a dual claw set. Those are good for status effects proccing. They're just a dual weapon that attacks real fast, so you want to take that approach instead. Be a little bit more agile and dexterous if you're not feeling this. If you get stuck at some point, I would say after 40 and 50 tries, you've been on it for about 2 to 3 hours, and it's not really improving little by little every time, where you're like so close and it's not even really close at all. You're not even really getting to half health on the boss. Take a break. It's no reason to punish yourself. I definitely did it my first couple of runs. But anyway, back to the actual gameplay. You see that we've entered into the mountains. We crossed over that little chain link. I had killed a scarab earlier with the throwing dagger just to show that there is an extra somber stone. We don't even need it because we're just leveling this one weapon, but I just wanted to show that there is an extra somber. I don't remember if I wasn't paying attention, maybe a 7 or an 8 or something like that. One of the higher ones. So you can grab it and then head up the hill and then cross over the chain link, come to the other side. And we're going to head east to go and pick up a couple upgrades in this area before we actually fight the boss, and then we'll be leveled fully on our sacred tiers, and we should be leveled on our golden seed flask as well, except I remember I missed one. I realized it luckily before I fought the boss. I was like, wait, I'm missing the 14 total flask or whatever it is, and then I went back and got it. But if you had not missed, I'll show you where it is in this video. If you had not missed it early on, here is the earliest part in our run to get the last couple of sacred tears and the last golden seeds. So your flask will be in both ways, potency and amount of charges. They'll be fully buffed up here very soon. So at least there's that. At least our weapon is a 9 out of 10. We've got all except one talisman that we'll use for the rest of our run. Our physic has the buffs that we'll use for the rest of the run. And our golden seeds and our sacred tears are going to be fully buffed. So there's not a whole lot to improve upon here other than just every time we get some runes from a boss kill, we're just going to level up our stats. So that's it pretty much. We're only, from here on out, I think we grab one more talisman and then we just pump as much vigor and dex from the rest for the rest of the run. So but yeah, you'll see as I'm thinking about and looking up. I think I'm researching. I know there's a golden seed in the area, but I couldn't remember exactly where. Not a whole lot to go over. You'll see me grab it, go to the church, that there's a church upcoming, to get the sacred tier, and head to the boss. And then before I fight him, realize that there's one golden seed back in Limgrave, the very starting zone of all places that I had forgot to get. And then that'll cap us out. So enjoy the downtime. Not a whole lot to go over. I'll be silent from now. And make sure that you check, because like I said, this is where it gets a little bit difficult and it's no longer a walk in the park. Make sure you double check your stuff too. You've got everything on that you need, your preference of talisman, your weapon. Before you actually start a fight, after you do your buffs, make sure it's two-handed. Make sure you got the great rune actually assigned into the slot for the rune arc that you want, so that you're not just like me earlier, popping a empty rune arc and not getting full benefit. So put the great rune in it. You've got your golden vow, ash of war buff, your Flame grant me strength, incantation in your left hand, your physics that actually has assigned with both of the buffs that you want. I chose the one that's damage negation and extra damage from heavy charged attacks. You can use whatever you want. They have something that we picked up earlier that's extra stamina. So if you just find yourself struggling with managing your stamina, by noticing when it gets low, you should stop attacking so that you have enough to dodge. But if you're struggling with that, we did pick that up earlier. It's a good one. And then we had the extra just plus few to dex physic buff earlier too, which at this point we don't really benefit as much from just a few dex as we would from a damage negation. So go ahead and run past this dragon boss. You can't really see him right now through all the fog, but you'll see here in a second. Just keep heading in the direction I'm going here. Whenever there's a boss on screen, it kind of takes the compass away, but yeah, just run past him. He'll eventually de-aggro. Head through up through the freezing lake up here to the church ahead, and grab the sacred tear, and just follow along. I'll be back. Just grabbing an extra regular, those were non-sombers, those were just regular smithing stones for the weapons that take those upgrades. It was a ×3 pickup batch of level 7 smithing stones. Don't need it for this run, but I just figured I'd show, since they're right there. We're going to pass by it anyway. Anyone who wants to save a little bit of money or time trying to farm or buy those, you see that I think I ran by on accident. There was another kind of empty coffin graveyard. I think I'm getting pretty tired in the run here. If I remember, it was pretty late, but nothing important. It's not that you need any of that, but if you saw back on the right, before we went up this hill, there was a little open coffin kind of thing that we mentioned earlier. Every time we pass by those, there's just going to be some golden rune pickup, so just free levels. It's not at this point like a make or break. And then also you'll want to kill these guys just like we killed the balloons and popped those in Liurnia earlier. They also are going to drop golden runes. That one was apparently like too high up. I've never ran into that before. That's a first, so I just switched to the bow. You can do that just as well as you can with throwing daggers. Totally fine. Whatever you have on you. Just try not to waste anything good like a heat arrow or like a lightning arrow or something special. Just go ahead and use your basic throwing daggers or basic arrows. The kukri daggers have like a bleed proc, so I tend to try to save those if I can. But yeah, go ahead and pop these. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. And as you see, they drop tier 12 golden runes. That's like one of the second highest ones until you get into kind of specialty runes that are even higher. No longer start to have numbers at that point, and they're just called like Lord's rune or something. But yeah, it's one of the higher ones, and for free just to run by and grab like 3 like that, definitely worth the time. We'll use those later. And I just make sure after I'm done with the bow to take that off, because it's just extra equipment load, making you heavier for no reason. I only ever at any point am wearing the weapon dagger for my golden vow, the incantation seal thing in my left hand for the flame grant me strength, my main weapon, my armors, and my talisman. I would use a shield if it still worked and gave buff without actually like wielding it, but it doesn't, so I don't ever bother. So put on, you know, whatever you feel is kind of the bare minimum of useful items without carrying a bunch of extra weapons, just so you can keep a lighter load to roll as best you can. I do a grave mistake, I think, right there by looking at the equip load, thinking that I had more room to spare than I realized only later. If you saw me switch out, you know, like a slightly heavier piece of gloves or something that had more absorb, because I was like, oh, I guess I have more equip load than I thought I had. Turns out, and I, you know, like I said, my fault for being tired because I stayed up too late, but may or may not have had any effect on me taking a couple of deaths to the boss here. But I only had extra room for higher equip load because I had popped that great rune arc. The rune arc gives you, you know, while it's active, it'll give you plus to stats, just essentially like your higher level. And so my strength, you know, vigor, dex, my endurance went up and gave me more equip load. That's totally fine, but whenever you die, you no longer have that unless you use another rune arc. So yeah, dumb mistake is once I die the first time, I go back out a couple more times, not realizing my rune arc is no longer popped, so I don't have the Godric's Great Rune effect, I don't have the extra levels, and I no longer have the extra equip load. So that pair of gloves ends up putting me into a heavy loadout stance, and now I'm just what they call fat rolling, slow rolling, and I'm like, why does it feel like I'm not dodging very well? But anyway, silly mistake. So just keep the knight's suit on if you have been following along. This guy is another NPC, not a real player. Obviously, he's another invasion scripted as soon as you pass by this church. You do want to approach the church and summon him because you need the sacred tier. So he can be tough. He does an Ash of War that can proc a lot of bleed. I try not to give him the chance to use it, but he does hit pretty hard if he connects with, I had mentioned earlier, with all the NPC invasions, those red invasion things. What they're really weak to is any Ash of War skill on your weapon. So instead of just dry swinging your weapon at them, which they dodge a lot or they'll parry a lot, use your Ash of War skills. They're just really susceptible to that. Bonus on top of having to clear him out of the way anyway, because you wanted the sacred tier that's right there, which now we have officially gotten all 12. Our flask are at the plus 12 potency buff from our sacred tier, so we've now maxed that out with this last one. But a small bonus on top of killing him anyway is that he does drop this helmet I'll end up using for the rest of the run that gives me an extra, I want to say like plus 3 to dexterity, without sacrificing too much absorption from the knight's helmet. It's only just ever slightly less absorb compared to the knight's helmet for defense, but it gives me a free plus 3 to dexterity just by wearing it. There's a lot of special helmets out there in the game, a ton that give all kinds of different, for magic users, and then some of them have benefit at the cost of another thing. This one doesn't have any cost, it's just plus 3 to dex, but you'll find some that have like plus 6 intelligence but minus 3 to health, or minus 3 to strength, or something like that. So There's all kinds of different ones we don't really need or run by in this run that I know of. But if you're a different build, feel free to look up. But if you're a Dex user, what's nice is since you have to kill him anyway, and this is the part in the run where it starts to get down to the wire, squeezing out every last little stat you can. So it's nice that he's right here, right before the fire giant, where things get tough. You can throw on his helmet for +3 Dex. Again, just pay attention. Don't do what I did and assume that you've got the room for a full loadout by adding heavier armors or a shield or something like that. As you see here, I tried to mess around and find some kind of way that I could apply the shield buff without two-handing my weapon and see if it ends up doing more damage. And then I just end up putting myself into the fat rolling heavy loadout. So I messed up. Don't do what I did, because I have the Godric's Great Rune, as you can see at the top left, where it's like kind of like a golden swirly. That means that you've got a Great Rune arc used right now. But if it's an empty box, then you've died or something and it's faded. Yeah, so I did not notice that after my first death, and I went back and keep the same loadout and then die a couple times. But eventually giving up, I should have just stuck with what I was doing before. Never really used the shield or needed it anyway, and then I tried to do something different without practicing. And then here we go. We grab our last, what should have been golden seed. There's one, like I said, I missed back in Limgrave at the very start that I realize, and I'm going to go grab that. But if you had been following along, honestly, it's totally fine. You couldn't, until you had grabbed this golden seed here, you wouldn't be able to get the last charge anyway, because it takes 5, for the very last flash charge, takes 5 seeds. So without this one that we just picked up in the mountains of the giant, it wouldn't have mattered. You wouldn't have been able, even if you got the Limgrave one earlier, you wouldn't have been able to get your last charge until you got seed number 5. So I think this is me realizing that and then researching, like, wait a minute. So I'll and then if I'm not mistaken, I even port, just because there's no real checklist or way to look up what you missed. I'm trying to go off of memory here. I believe the first place that I port to check is not the one that I missed, and I did actually grab that in Kaled, so the red kind of fiery place with the dragon and the big dogs and the big birds. Kaled, that one I did grab earlier, so disregard the next few minutes of wasted time. And then the one in Limgrave, the starting zone, I'll show you where that is. So nothing to really go over here too much until that is accomplished. I'll just let the video play out in real time. So I'll be back. And as you can see, I run up to the golden tree here, and there's no seed under it, which is where I thought I had missed that last one. Realized that's not the case, and then I go through my notes real quick, and I think it takes me just a minute to realize, like, oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. So yeah, pretty quick turnaround time. Luckily, didn't take long. So only a couple of minutes wasted. If you're following along, no harm, no foul, since we couldn't have popped our last charge anyway without all 5. So go back to Stormhill Shack and Limgrave, one of the first areas we visit. There was an NPC earlier there. If you might have remembered, she was sitting down. To be fair, give myself a little bit of leeway or a break. She was sitting there, and then only as you progress through the game a little bit and visit Liurnia, after you kind of visit Liurnia, and come back, she'll have moved, and in her spot there'll be a golden seed. So that's not like right there at the very, very start, so you do have to make something happen for her to move, but no big deal. You see me pop a few random golden runes of varying value just to try to get myself over the bump of the next required level up. I don't like to go into upcoming boss fights with extra runes in my pocket, especially if it's more than just like a couple thousand, where I'm actually really close or feasibly close to the next level up. It just in case you die, it's just one less thing that you have to worry about. That would just be on top of having to run back and prepare for the actual boss fight and get buffed up. Now you're having to dart over to where like your runes dropped, and you just don't want to be dealing with that if it's, you know, something that you're already struggling with the boss to begin with, and it's an actual sizable amount of runes that's worth picking up. So I try to get to where I'll just use a few of my extra golden rune pickups and put myself over the level, spend it on something. Anything dex or vigor is your best bet so far. You'll never need any more faith. We've already got the amount that we need, and with as long as we keep the Radagon talisman on, we'll never need any more strength for this weapon. So unless you switch weapons, you'll never need any more strength or faith. Endurance, it just depends. If you want to end up using slightly heavier armor, you don't really need to. You see, as I try to make use of the shield for the first time, if it glows red like that and you don't two-hand your weapon, you can actually get the buff. I'll go ahead and be silent. The only thing I recommend for this fight is that you actually do try to fight it on horseback with Torrent for the first time, and you'll see why. Yeah, brutal. So close, but no cigar. But yeah, pretty overall. Just if you know the moveset and you know that fight, you played it before. That's a combination of not only a pretty lackluster approach on my end, but also just really bad RNG of just kind of the most annoying moves that he has timed just ever so perfectly on for him and terribly for me. Basically punished like half of the times I went to heal with some kind of fire projectile that he usually does very rarely in a fight, and then just so happened like what 3 times to hit me. I also got hit while on torrent, and it killed him whenever he rolled over on his side to move, and I almost never in my previous playthroughs get hit by that. It's usually something like here you can kind of telegraph it's about to happen. Just all around, I mean, could have been a one and done even with the sloppy play, but it only gets worse from here now that I've now that I've got the wrong loadout on. But it could have been done that first one. That's okay. Like I said, just kind of bad RNG on top of my play. And as you see, I mean, if you do get the shield buff off, if you end up specking a little bit extra endurance for it, or if you're a natural shield user or whatever, I mean, you see the benefit. It between that, my golden vow, the flame grant me strength, all the buffs I put up. I mean, we're chunking his damage, you know, down a couple thousand every swing. As opposed to when you saw late in that first fight, after all of that stuff faded and I've got no buffs up, it's right there, that was a bleed proc right as he was transitioning to phase 2, is why his health you saw just took like a pretty massive hit. But as you saw in the first fight, towards the last third like of that fight, I'm just doing no damage anymore. It's like 300 or something, as opposed to before I'm doing like 1500, 2000. It's fine. Over time, you're kind of hoping that what happens is eventually you'll get a bleed build-up proc to kind of finish him off after your buffs fade, because that's your best bet. You could technically, if you want to, if instead of trying to just go for the, you know, quick and easy suicide, you know, get it over and done with, and you want to play it a little bit smarter, you can actually back off and use torrent to see it, just things that don't normally connect. He just rolls over on his side, 2 shots me there. Really, really unfortunate. But if you do want to play it a little bit smarter, you can essentially, once your buffs fade, just hop on torrent, ride way off. This is a huge arena. It does have zone walls that are like these little invisible zone walls that stop you after a certain point, even before you would get to like a natural like cliffside. So it's, don't be fooled that, I mean, there are some limitations, but it's still pretty huge, outside of any kind of like attack or projectile that he could reach you with. If you want to make this go a little smoother, go ahead, you know, get to the, I would say the halfway point when he goes to phase 2, and hit him a couple times on his hand whenever he lowers on all fours. And then after that, he's probably going to do a move that you'll see where he explodes things like out of his chest. And at that point, since you can't really get close to him safely anyway, take that opportunity. You can back out, put up all your buffs again so that your damage is high. You see right there, I just rolled and realized, I don't know if I even realized it yet, I'm in the moment in this run, but you saw right there, off, just did a slow roll. It's not good. But yeah, this is just kind of unfortunate, embarrassing. Yeah, right here, this is where I really realize it, and I'm like, oh no, that's not right. Take off the shield. But yeah, the most devastating factor about this is for me, and you could try it without it, whatever you prefer. I think fighting on horseback is, because he's such a big enemy, who rolls all around and covers a lot of ground, and it's hard to chase him down on foot. And he also has these like exploding heat-seeking missile things that even with Torrent's extra speed I still get hit by. They're a lot easier to sprint away and dodge on horseback than it is to get out of their exploding AoE range while you're on foot. So I mean, try to fight him however you want. The benefit to being on foot is that you could do like a charged heavy melee attack. So there is that. But I just go for the... I try to go for the quick just build up of bleed by just swinging one-handed while on Torrent. That's why I even gave the shield a try, because I was going to be one-handing anyway. If you see him start to summon, you know, the fire from the ground, don't do what I did. Just go ahead and back off immediately. I try to get like a couple of greedy hits in there, thinking that I can do damage and then run out of it, and in almost every case it always gets me. Like I said, I've done this fight way better on previous runs, but the one that I'm choosing to upload, it doesn't look great. So getting hit by rollovers and shield slams and lava bombs that right here again he's telegraphing that he's about to do something. I should just stop attacking as soon as you see him doing something fire related. Just get out of there, find out what it is, dodge it, and come back. But that's alright, I got greedy. Try to let the build still carry me even at this point. Like I said, this is great. He lands on top of frickin' tree. That's nice. So I'm just not having any luck here between the fight, his move set, RNG, the environment. So could go a lot smoother, but I guess what's nice is worst case scenario, you see, you know, someone even struggling, not playing it correctly, still not getting stuck on it for hours and hours, which can definitely happen on any of these bosses at this point. So, you know, if that is the threshold to go off of and it can only get better, then it's always one positive way to look at it. But yeah. Basically entering into phase 2 with 0 flask. Not great. As you noticed, every single time that Torrent every single time he takes enough damage to die and you want to resummon him, it asks you, do you want to use a flask to do that? So you have to waste ones to do it. Now, at this point, I've got none left. I couldn't summon him even if I wanted to. So, gotta fight this one on foot where you charge him down and try to dodge stuff. As you can see, you barely can even get out of the range of it without being on horseback. So, definitely recommend. Me personally, you can do whatever you want and see what works better for you if you just don't like it. But I like fighting this one on the horse, even with as weak as he can be, where he gets 2-shot. Just try to play it a little safer. You run away from these heat bombs, run out of his lava ground whenever he starts to summon the fire. When he's about to roll over, try not to be directly under him like this, and I saw that one coming. You know, just try to preemptively work with it and not get too greedy. You should be fine. But yeah, it's gonna be a long fight unless you've got all your buffs up in a very, very, very hefty weapon. Yeah, of course, yeah, get close. Maybe just one more bleed proc would have done it, but probably was pretty close to. Unfortunately, that's the one downside is Bloodhound Fang does have a bleed status. It's just not the highest build-up factor. Other weapons that have like status effects built in, they can go off more regularly because their build-up percentage bar per swing is a higher amount. So this one's a medium at best. It's okay, but takes quite a bit of hits, especially on a very tanky enemy like that, for it to go off. I think I try to see if applying a blood grease, which applying a blood grease to a weapon that already does blood should just basically just raise the build up factor a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, somebody might be able to correct me on that. I don't play around with the greases that often, other than lightning and fire. But yeah, putting like a bleed on something that already has bleed should just, on top of adding a little bit of damage, it should actually increase how fast you can fill the bleed bar. So I thought maybe that would do something, since I've got a few unused bleed greases that we just happen to run by. I don't remember if it actually does proc here any quicker than it naturally does, but we'll see. I'll just let this one play out. I can't remember if this was a good one or the second to last, but we'll see. We'll let this play out. There you have it. Pretty straightforward. He kind of honestly plays out like one of the fights against the many different dragons in this game. We've been skipping all of those since they're optional so far, but just kind of a big, clunky, awkward boss that can cover a lot of ground when he decides to roll away, like the dragons would fly away in the same manner, and then now all of a sudden within a couple of seconds there's this big distance between you and them where you're looking dead at them and they're about to do some kind of like fire attack right at you. It's tough in both cases. That's why I like being on the horse, just to try to close that gap as quick as possible, try to telegraph when they're about to do it and get out of the way. You'll see a couple different times there, I not perfectly, but I did start to learn my lesson where I was like, let me start to run out as I'm pretty sure is about to summon the flame ground. But yeah, a lot of this game is just learning the moveset. The best players really right now, whether they're naturally inclined about just their reflexes or agility is to be seen. It's hard to say. Maybe they are, but honestly, the best of the best players are just ones that have really just hard memorized every move and exactly where to be, when to dodge, exactly what to punish. And so, not that that's not a perfectly fine approach. There's just about every single boss in this game, there is a tactic with the right weapon, the right loadout, the right damage output, the right buffs, and hitting the right charged attacks. You can basically stagger and punish almost all of them where they never even get a chance to fight back and it's over before it begins. Not so much Fire Giant because of his health bar, but even then, still pretty close. He doesn't get a lot of attacks off in a typical like speed run that I've watched. So I don't know what that approach is. I don't have that memorized, and it's not particularly my most favorite way to play. I kind of like to naturally see what comes at me, only partially having studied it from fights before, and just kind of try to play it in the moment, use my reflexes to my best ability. But that is definitely an option, is that's out there. There's going to be guides for that, and it makes for, I won't say an easier fight, because you have to still meticulously hammer down the right moves at the right time. It takes a lot of skill to do that, so not everyone can just pick that up, but it takes a different type of skill, I'll say. So not better, not worse, but just a different one. One of being able to recreate and mimic something that you've routed or mapped out. I'll just pretty much let these things kill me without even healing. I'm at the grace right now, and so I just take it. Too much time. They always chase you, and there's pretty much no way to avoid. So another gauntlet, but at least this gauntlet leaves us right here at a grace where we can just pick up our runes. As you saw, story mode wise, after we kill the fire giant, if you've been following along, you can choose not to take Melina's hand right there at the top of the mountain, whatever that is, volcano looking thing. You can choose not to take her hand, and she won't port you here just yet. If you were doing a lot of the different quests in the game, after you take her hand and she ports you here, some of those things will be now locked out because the environment's going to change. The round table itself will have now updated to be like all on fire and ravaged, and spoiler alert, but just basically from a story mode, I won't give it away too much, but there'll be kind of a point, not of no return, but some quests and things you won't be able to complete if you hadn't already. Most of the areas are, I think, still accessible. I don't know that ever, other than the only thing that I think off the top of my head changes in actual area, and it's not even right now, it's even a little bit further progressed, is the capital Lindell, where we fought Gold Godfrey. That one is gonna like change and lock out some things about it, but it's pretty much it from like an area zone type of progression. I think that's later on, and that's the only one. Could be wrong, but other than that, you can still visit everything else. But from here, when you take her hand, there's just different, I think, quests and NPCs that have moved or no longer available or dead or something like that. So maybe whatever you were trying to get from them, an item or weapon, whatever. So you could be missing out on some of that. It's pretty much impossible. I missed the jump right here somehow my sprint button did not register. You have to get a little bit of like a couple of steps before you're able to sprint. You can't, from a standing position, you can't just hit it and just start sprinting. It'll actually, because it is the dodge button, it'll actually dodge. So gotta get a little bit of a head start. So I did not do that there successfully. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The way I like to play it, you can do it however you want, because you don't really miss out on areas so much, and all of the bosses, to my knowledge, are still there after progressing through the story, even further on, and even quote unquote the end. As with a lot of games these days, it'll ask you, do you want to begin a new game plus? You could decline that and continue to play, and pretty much everything that you haven't gone and killed, like I said, besides some of the like friendly NPCs or some of the quests, all the bosses they'll still be there. All the optional ones, I should say, all those optional areas. So if you just are following along here and doing this exactly for just the mandatory to reach the end credits, but you enjoy and you want to go back, and the way you can kind of play it, it ends up being like a new game plus without activating actual new game plus, because you can go and play the remainder of the game. But more on that later. Quick explanation before we actually fight. As you saw, I jumped over this balcony, and then it activates the Godskin duo. You recognize this guy from before, now has his buddy with him. That's not a fight that we really want to deal with solo 2-on-1. It is manageable, obviously, but you'll have to be so defensive and waiting for your right openings to punish anything before one person stops attacking, and you can rely that the other is not going to just follow up with something. So not a whole lot of windows unless you put them to sleep. As you saw, I just shot them with the St. Trina's area arrows that we did earlier. I put on a grease here that I didn't research. I just figured I had it and I would just mess around with it. Don't do that. It's not needed. It's totally a waste of time. I don't think it hurts anything, but it's a sleep grease. I just figured, what if while I'm attacking they sleep again from the grease? It never gets to that point. I'm not sure whether it just doesn't work after you've already slept them with arrows, or if it just doesn't go off because I killed them before it ever gets to that point, because you see with our buffs up so much damage we do. But yeah, that's the whole point. We got our sleep arrows, or you can use sleep pots. Yeah, sorry I talked throughout this one. I'll go ahead and let the rest play out real quick. So yeah, pretty straightforward. I mean, that looks a lot easier than it definitely can. It can go awry if if your arrows are not connecting, or you run out of them, or you don't get this on the first try, and now you have to go and farm or buy some more. They don't really have any more of those specifically for sale, so much as you'd have to craft them, or you could go the sleeping pot route of crafting. So it can get away from you, but if you follow that approach, I always try to sleep the big one first. He doesn't dodge, and so you'll reliably, after a few shots, get him sleeping, and then the skinny one on the right side is going to spawn in. Shoot him next, because he does tend to try to like dodge out of the way, and so it might take you a little bit of practice. Sometimes you'll have to wait to shoot before he tries to throw like a projectile at you, so he's locked in that animation, or a swing that if you can get him to miss the swing but then shoot the arrow. And then lastly, another tactic is a jump shot. It fires a little bit faster than your regular from standing position. If you just hit the attack button and you shoot an arrow, where it takes a couple seconds to pull the bow back, for whatever reason, if you jump and shoot and hit the attack button in midair, it takes off a good second of that wind up time. So he has a little bit less reflex time to dodge out the way, and you might reliably get enough arrows out connected and get him sleeping. Once they're both sleeping, that's when I would recommend doing the buffs. So don't bother with the buffs until after you've slept both of them, because it's just going to likely fade in the meantime. And then try to quickly put up those buffs depending on how long it took you to get the both of them sleeping. Just keep in mind it doesn't last forever. I think maybe it's about a minute. I didn't actually look that up, but I'm not sure. But you might you might get the first one and then the second one after some time, and then realize as you're buffing, the first one's waking up again. So be prepared. Don't unequip or totally take the bow off your loadout. You might have to wear like a slightly lesser pair of gloves or something lighter, just to make the bow work for that one fight. But you can just take it off and after the fight put on your knight's gear again. If your loadout is not medium, no big deal. But yeah, just make sure that you've got both of them sleeping in kind of a decent succession without the first one waking up again, or otherwise you can sleep them again. That one's totally fine. It doesn't last forever, but you can just shoot them 3 times again to put them back to sleep. That works just fine. I don't know if the grease on your weapon actually does anything. Maybe it does, but I think I just killed them too fast to worry about it. So don't bother with that. If you want to do more damage, use a different grease. Like I don't even know if you need it. Maybe lightning or something. But otherwise, just your regular old weapon does plenty. They'll be sleeping. You'll put up all your buffs and do a couple of charged heavy R2 attacks, and they'll stagger. And then you can either do a riposte or just do another heavy or a couple light attacks. If you do all that correctly, they should be dead before they even have a chance to react. And while their bodies or clones are dead, as you saw, their combined collective boss health bar was still had some health to it. For whatever reason, you can actually take more of that off after one of the duo clones are dead, if that makes sense. So after you knock one out and it's little above the head health bar, smaller health bar, after that depletes, but the boss's health bar is still intact after you kill the first one. You can actually get, like, while it's kind of slowly fading away into dust, you can get like maybe 1 or 2 light attacks in before it's too late, and you can actually take off a little bit more of the boss's health bar. I don't know if I got that in time. Die to this stupid bird. Yeah, so you can get a couple of more freebies in before they actually fade to dust, and then go work on the other one. But yeah, pretty straightforward. I actually like fighting that. It doesn't feel, for whatever reason, it like doesn't feel cheesy. Maybe just because there's just something so satisfying and gratifying about doing that much damage to a late game boss after all the buffs are up, and just watching their health just drain like that. And then being defenseless is just kind of like fun after all the other stuff that you'll go through, especially in the next couple that are coming up, are no walk in the park. That's just kind of fun. And then one thing to mention, I had picked up, if you were watching rather than listening, or both, the last talisman that we will ever need, at least for the sake of this run, was the dragon crest. Looked like a silvery kind of shield talisman icon. Just helps us take more physical damage. I had mentioned earlier, after this point, it's going to start to get where the bosses are hitting really hard. And so whatever we can do to negate some of that, offsetting the little extra damage that we take from Radagon's Sorseal talisman, that'll help kind of keep it in check. And at least for my approach, I'm not really losing a slot that does a better buff as far as damage. For me personally, I know the better runners, the speed runners who don't really take damage or get hit, they're going to use just all full on attack power. So the ritual sword talisman, the winged sword insignia, if you were doing anything else, they have a blood one that's just too far out of the way that makes attack power go up after a blood has procced. They've got an NPC that has something very similar to Winged Sword Insignia. It's just more attack power with consecutive attacks, but also gives you plus to dex. So that one's like a just basically better version of it. Exact same approach, but better version because it has that buff plus dex. But that's a quest line that you have to progress. Not to the end, but about halfway through. So we're not bothering with taking time to do that. So there's other offensive ones that you can grab. But I quite like, because it's on the way, it's very easy to grab. The Dragon Crest Talisman, it's right there. Throw that on and you'll be a little bit beefier as we approach what is now one of the hardest fights in the run, at least for me. This is where, just depending on the luck of it all, I can either knock this out in a few tries like Fire Giant, or I can get stuck here for a good couple hours. Just kind of depends. It's just I never got to a point where I was all that great about dodging phase 1. You'll see that I just kind of tough it out, heal up through it, but I never did really like his first phase. Couldn't get the hang of that one. But it is still a fun fight. I like phase 2 a lot. It's very, very cool design. You'll see. We ported back to the round table before we fight. We're going to just do some last minute prep. As I mentioned earlier, after you take the hand of Melina and she ports you to the place that we just were, everything kind of goes to hell here. And so at the round table, it's burned down. A lot of the NPCs are dead or missing. On the floor there in the room right next to the smith, you saw, I think his name is D, literally just the letter D. D is dead, and he gives you his armor set, which is going to be a slight upgrade, as you can see, to the knight set that we've been wearing the entire run. If everything works out as if you've been following along and you've put in, I have 22 endurance plus the Radagon Sorseal gives me 5, so I have 27. If you have 27 total endurance, 22 before the seal and 27 with the seal, or if you're using a different talisman, 27 base. If you've got 27 endurance total, you should be able to wear the twinned armor set besides the helmet. We'll keep on Okina's mask helmet for that extra plus to dex. Also kind of looks funny, just like a kind of samurai mask thing. But anyway, a little bit of an upgrade. Our chest, our legs, chest, our legs, and our hands. Chest, legs, hands, they all now take a little bit more absorb than the knight set, and we're able to do that without putting ourselves into the heavy loadout. Even without a great, I don't even have the great rune. Like I messed up last time. This one, it's not even popped right now, I don't believe. And I'm still at a medium loadout, as you can see there. So just buying a couple of rune arcs. Speaking of rune, great rune and rune arcs, buying a few of the rune arcs that the twin maidens have here. They only sell you about 5, but it's worth it. Like I said, this is my personal toughest fight. Um, from the mandatory bosses, there's harder bosses from the optional playthrough areas, but from the required ones, this one is the toughest one. I just so happened to fight him as many times as Fire Giant because I didn't play Fire Giant well, but typically I don't really struggle on Fire Giant too much. Um, it's this one that I usually get hung up on. It's just kind of 50-50 shot and can take me a few tries, or like I said, I could be there for an hour before I realize, okay, something I need to do differently. Maybe I'm under leveled and I need to go kill a few monsters. If you get to that point, feel free to do the same thing. There's no reason to just beat your head into like trying something over and over, expecting, unless you're inching, getting closer and closer. But yeah, feel free to go level up. And this is the point where I had taken my first break finally in the video recording on Twitch. A lot later than I really should have. Really, the Fire Giant mountain area was kind of a long playthrough session. The Fire Giant area ended up taking longer than I had hoped. So, by the time I got here past the Godskin duo and realized the time, and I knew, like I said, this was possibly the turning point. Maybe I could breeze through. We're really actually very close to the end of the game. If you're able from this point on, like if you're a speedrunner, and if you don't take any breaks, you don't need to prepare anymore. You don't need to change out your gear or buy anything or level up. You really could finish this here on out in I think less than maybe 15 minutes. If you really wanted to. There's just about 3 bosses left, but I know that's not me, and I know that I could knock out this in a couple tries, or I could get hung up. So I wasn't about to stay up all night and do that. So you'll see I'm here on the login screen, and I'll go ahead and skip ahead to the next part 2 where I come back tomorrow. You're not missing any gameplay, even though this is a 2-part recorded session. Like I said, I just quit out, and so when you see the footage cut back in, that's me coming back in tomorrow. A little bit rusty, haven't practiced or done anything, just essentially sat down. So it took me a couple of minutes to really get back into the groove, but not too bad. Luckily, there's actually like a monster right outside the gate of the next boss that we fight, so there's an excuse to have something to practice on and get warmed up. He's technically optional, like he doesn't block the gate like some of the other bosses. He doesn't unlock it. It's just the fact that he's sitting really right next to it, and I like to put up my buffs, before a boss fight, nice and calmly, and he's definitely not going to let you do that. So you could technically run right by him and just go through into the boss arena, but yeah, I like to have all my buffs prepared, and he's in the way, so we'll kill him next time. But to be resumed. No cuts for you guys, but we'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Without further ado, picking up with my next VOD saved on Twitch here. Only thing really to note of any difference is with this one, from here on out, I'll be using rune arcs just pretty much permanently. These next few and last boss fights are no laughing matter. They they can be tough, so use everything you've got from here on out. Any greases that you've acquired for extra damage, rune arcs. They have other things that are called turtlenecks. I never got any, but they basically help you regain your stamina a little faster. It's a consumable that you can put there at the bottom next to the grease and the rune arc. So if you happen to run across some turtlenecks, you can use those. But the only thing I really use for this is gonna be a rune arc for the extra stats from the Great Rune, and then the lightning grease. The first phase, the one that I don't particularly fight well or like, is weak to lightning for the next boss. We end up porting away because I think I looked at my current rune level situation XP and I had some runes in the bank. Didn't really want to lose those or something unless... Oh, you know what? Okay, actually I just remembered. Yeah, that's later. No, I'm not killing an optional boss just yet. I do come back and actually kill this thing, this Tibia Mariner. He's very easy, and so it's if you needed a level bump, you could port to Altus and come kill him real quick. He's nothing. So he gives you some runes, but actually what I'm doing right now, because it's pretty easy if you go straight to it, I'm actually grabbing the cookbook to craft more lightning greases, because I looked and realized I only had like a couple from the natural pickup. So just like how before we had got the fire grease cookbook back in Limgrave, that one's in the starting zone. Here in this catacombs next to the Tibia Mariner, so you go to Altus Lux Ruins to Tibia Mariner, and take the catacombs. I think it's called Wyndham Catacombs, maybe. I can't remember. But you'll find the cookbook that helps you make lightning grease, and so I wasn't sure, if I was going to run out of the couple that I had. Figured before I get started, because once I start on a boss, I pretty much am just going to die and charge back into it over and over. I don't like to stop halfway after I'm kind of getting my timing and my groove down. So if you're like me and you want to just have everything prepared, and then once you start, it's just however it's going to go from here on out, so that you don't lose your flow once you're kind of learning their moveset. If you're like that, go ahead and grab the cookbook down here. It can be kind of deadly with these stupid gargoyles and stuff hitting you, but if you follow the path in the video that I've taken, there's a hidden floor right here that you have to trigger, stand on it to make it go up and then fall down. Otherwise you wouldn't have known that instinctively. But yeah, follow the path here. It's a pretty straight away, and the cookbook is one of these on the floor. I just grabbed all three, but that Apostle cookbook right there, that's what you need. And if you hadn't done the entire dungeon, you're not going to have that unlocked right there, which is fine. I ended up not. In this case, you can go back and you can make the floor fall. You can go back, I believe. I think I didn't really test it, but I'm pretty sure you can find a way to get back up there. Maybe not. I don't know. I might be stuck. But luckily for me, I didn't have any noteworthy runes. You can see I just have 674, so I ended up using, for the first and only time in this run, if you ever get stuck somewhere or you just want to quickly port back out to the last place that you rested, use the Grace Mimic or whatever it's called, little like torch looking thing. You actually start the game with that. I just don't even have it equipped because we never use it, but it's a free port out. It just makes you lose your runes. So it's kind of like death without actually dying, but it makes you lose your runes if you don't have any worth saving and you just want to free port right back to the entrance. I grabbed what I needed, and so we're out of there. Crafted about 9 lightning greases because that's all the root resins that I had picked up earlier. That was the root resin things, and then the flower Fulgur Bloom, those like lightning flowers. And so if we need to, if we run out of those 9 or so, we can go back and grab some root resins. I have the grace saved at the shack where those things are on the floor that respawn, so you can grab more root resin if you need to real easily. But I just crafted what I could. Hoped I would only need that many. So yeah, that's pretty much it for prep. Like I said, I do go back and kill that Tibia Mariner because I think I needed a few runes to get to the next level at some point, but it's must be I think it's after this boss. I quit out real quick. My weapon was like stuck in like a block animation. You see where it's like raised and he's got like his hand prepped behind it where it's like blocking. It was like stuck like that. It's still doing it even after I quit out, but I find somehow I think I had to use like my keyboard and mouse to like unlock it. It was just like stuck on my controller. But now it's working fine, so don't know how that happened. Weird things happen. So we're back. Nothing was skipped or any gameplay like that. I just had to fix whatever that lockout was, and you see I'm like two-handing and one-handing just to make sure it's fine. So we'll go ahead and fight this little optional mini boss right outside the gate, just because he's guarding it. He does drop like a pretty cool armor set that's even beefier than the one we have, but it would put us into I think fat rolling, so we're not actually gonna use it. But if you have more than 27 endurance, feel free to go for it. But yeah, so nothing to say here. I'll go ahead and let this play out. Straightforward. It's pretty much like the other tree sentinel, like almost exactly. So we kill him for as hard as he can be. I kind of wish that he gave more runes than that at this point and late in the game, but that's okay. It would save me a trip on what I do now, where I've got something in between the next level, but enough to not want to lose, but you know, not also have enough to get the next level. So I think I do go and kill something real quick. Kind of annoying. If he had given a little bit more, but that's fine. I'm remembering as I go to fight that that was my wake up call. Literally the first thing I log in and fight the next day as I play my part 2 of the game, and you see as I'm like just getting into the routine, like I'm just getting hit by everything on not until like the second half or later, like 2/3 portion of the fight, do I actually start to like get the hang of it and start dodging. But I'm just getting hammered by just about everything, and so didn't need to come here. I thought there was an upgrade that I didn't buy, maybe some rune arcs or something, but I had already purchased everything they had, so this is it from here on out. There are other rune arcs in the world that you can go and pick up. That's the only ones that those merchants are going to sell. And also, I don't believe they're craftable. Instead of being craftable, that's actually like a PvP incentive reward every time you kill in a real real person enemy, so give you a rune arc. But I'm down to my 8, and we're just gonna make do, hope for the best. And I had popped a golden rune, was able to level up, so any tips or tricks I can think of is with this fight, you're really just getting through the first phase. There's hopefully you're better at dodging it than I am. He's so quick in this phase 1 with his attacks and his follow-ups. They don't hit very hard individually, so you can pretty much just take it and heal through it. It's just unfortunately going to drain a lot of your health potions before you get to the second portion of the fight, which in phase 2 is where he actually does more lethal damage. So it's a mixed fight, but that fight I actually prefer more than the first one, is that I can actually dodge a little bit better. So yeah, got me at the end. As you might have noticed, I didn't die from the actual melee of the attack. Rolled out and was at a sliver of health left, and then died. If you didn't notice, he's got a little bit of a draining effect on his weapon, and so that can be kind of annoying. It's like essentially if you were, just outlived or safe enough with your health bar to survive the attack itself. If that's not bad enough, you've got to somehow get up and heal real quickly before it drains the remaining. Every time he hits you and connects, it'll just continuously drain a portion of your health. So that's something unique to that boss, but I still do prefer that fight. It's just fun. I like its move set, even though it is very tough. But this first one, there's just not a lot I can work with. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. That would be my only kind of critique of the design. He's just so floaty and dodgy and just all over the place, and he's got not only quick stab melee attacks in your face, but projectiles, rocks, ground slams, he does this one that I can never consistently dodge. I just kind of get lucky sometimes that he slams to the ground and then rolls at you these like white spikes. Not this, yeah, right, actually that was it. You saw like these kind of spirally white spike things come out in all directions, and I've never figured out, you can't jump higher than it. There's not enough space in between each one to stand. I think if you just ever perfectly down to the millisecond time your dodge roll, you'll probably get iframes, and that's about it. But that's, I don't know, not reliably something I can do. So I just kind of get through it. The one downside is that that fight takes so long for me that now all my good buffs have faded, and I'm just hacking away at the actual boss I want to fight with lesser damage. But that's okay. He actually is reasonably easy to kill. He doesn't take a lot of hits. You can see his health bar, even though I'm only doing 400, it is taking off a decent percentage. So he's not a very tanky. He's kind of a glass cannon. He just has that drain effect. And he's very aggressively floaty as well, but in a better way. I feel like you can stand close to him, stand under him. A lot of his spiral moves will miss you just like that if you dodge forward rather than dodging away. Some enemies are better to dodge into their bodies. The one thing you just have to watch is when he does the pierce of the ground like that. There's 2 different times he'll do it. If you're playing like I'm doing, where I'm trying to stay close to his body to avoid all of his spiral attacks, the one time he'll get you is by being close. He's going to pierce the ground with his sword 2 different times. So it's not the overhead swing that it's just like a regular melee, where he tries to hit you and then it just connects with the ground flat, but the actual like more like he grips it and like it kind of forces down as if he's gonna like actually like pierce. So like a like a thrusting, like kind of Lancelot's like or whatever it is, King Arthur, I don't remember, the stone in the rock, like imagine or visualize that, whatever that that legend was, where it's like someone had to pull out, I think it's King Arthur's sword. Whenever he does something that looks like that and you can telegraph it, try to dodge out as quickly as you can, because one of them is going to explode area and the other is going to like pulse area. Both cases suck and they just take off a lot of health, but those are the only 2 things to worry about. He looks really crazy because he's just flying all over the screen, swinging in a big spiral and hitting really hard, and he definitely can be, like I said, this is the fight that I've gotten stuck on for hours before. But I quite enjoy that fight with this build, and if you can learn to dodge all the primary just regular melee, the only thing you're left with by staying close to his body is really just those 2 ground pierce sword attacks where he explodes the red mist in the ground, and the other where it like flares up and pulses. So both area effects just kind of suck. But other than that, he's not a whole lot to worry about after you get the hang of it. He's just he'll seem that way in a casual playthrough. As you see, I'm almost dying here. I think I even do take a death to the beast clergyman in one of these attempts. But yeah, I just really not good at that one. But even telegraphing, there's 2 different times he did both of them, the one where it pulsed and then back to back right after it, the area one. Even with slight anticipation of it, I in both cases I could see he's about to do it, and I still caught the tail end trying to dodge those. It's just very tough. Like, you have to, at the earliest point in the telegraph, you have to just see that, know it's coming, and get out of there as quick as possible. Not a big window, unfortunately. He's pretty quick with those two, and I got the unlucky RNG where he did both of them back to back. Those are usually the things that I just get hit by. I dodge everything else and then take those and just kind of heal through it. At least, inconsistently. I'm not reliably. I can get out of the way sometimes, but he hit me with both of those back to back, and I was doomed. But yeah, and I think this might be the second to last try. But we're starting to get the hang of it. Like I said, you just get through the first phase best you can, and then practice on that second one. I mean, that's something is just, to me, so ridiculous. I saw it from a mile away coming. He was about to do the spiral ground, whatever, rolling attack. Projectiles coming at me from half the arena away. I let them spread out as much as they could, and to me, if you play it back slowly, I mean, my hitbox, if it's supposed to be my character and it's not extended much further out than my character, and it's not like another 3 or 4 different people, I died already. I'm just, at this point, I think I'm just pretty much like triggered. I'm just, whenever you get to that way, same thing with fatigue earlier. If you get the trigger effect and you're just at that point like too just frazzled to even play how you can. Like, same thing. Just grab some water, get up, walk around, take a little break. Just a game. Don't punish yourself unless you're trying to do a speed run. There's there's no reason to knock this out on the first try. And even with our little downtime and faults here, this is just my second routed, mapped out attempt, and I've already got it down good 2 or 3 hours from my first playthrough, and then I plan on, I'll probably do this a couple more times until I get it to just under 4 hours. I think that's reasonable as like a casual non-speed run, to have 2 hours of prep time and 2 hours of boss killing. That'll be my goal. This one was about 5.5. Just not sure when I'll get around to doing it again, so I figured I would narrate the run that I have here. That's decent enough. Doesn't have a whole lot of prep time mistakes or routing, other than some little things here and there to improve upon, as far as going back and picking up things that I missed or lost. It's just about there. Not perfect, but you can follow along and get all the upgrades you need. So no major mistakes. I figured it could be improved, but I'll go ahead and just upload and narrate this second one here, and I'll improve it later. But yeah, take you a break if you're getting frazzled. I'll go ahead and let this. I think I may get him this time or the next fight, but I'll go ahead and let it play out. Yeah, we finally get him there. Not too bad. All in all, for a random live run without the perfect approach, about 5 tries. We'll take it. Um, as you see that one just pulsing, I could dodge the exploding ground slam a little more reliably, but the pulsing one just has such an AoE to it, and it actually like sucks you into, as you saw. So it's just hard to telegraph it enough time to get out of the range. It hits you, it builds up as it's flaring, and like sucks you in, and it's just annoying. So I always get hit by that, just hoping I'll have enough heals to outlast, and then that he doesn't do it too often, and just his regular melee stuff is totally fine. You can just stay close to him. I never explained these remembrances I've been just using. They're like golden runes in that if you use them, they'll give you runes for levels. The little picture icon of the boss we just fight, his remembrance was in my inventory. A remembrance is something that you can turn in at the round table to an NPC to get a weapon instead. It's usually maybe every time, I think I'm not sure, but I think every time it is basically the weapon that the boss you just fought was using. So I mean, if you like any of them, I mean, the one that we just fought, Malekith's red sword, that is actually pretty cool. I've never personally like used it through a whole run. I just mean the way that it looks is pretty cool. And there's a couple others. Not every single boss that we are fighting is gonna be a remembrance boss or drop a remembrance. It's something to do with the story. So even some of the like main ones that we have to go through, kind of how like only some of them have a great rune. Only some bosses have a remembrance, but the difference between the great rune, where it's something that's like only useful if you activate it and assign it, and you can only have one at a time, and then you also can only get the benefit if you use a rune art consumable, which is limited. Opposed to that, the remembrance just drops to your inventory, and if you want to, you can turn it in to get a weapon from the NPC, or if you don't, you can just use it, and it just gives you some runes for levels. And so because we've already settled on our weapon, we're totally fine with this. And I'm not going to use this character to do like a new game plus or something. If you continue, if this is your first run through, second run through, and you plan on after this playthrough continuing with the same, if you want to continue with the same character and explore around the whole world and use a bunch of variety of different weapons, you might have want to save your remembrances up to this point. I know that probably doesn't do a lot of good now. I've been just kind of using them throughout the video without really mentioning, and so if you're following along and you were just mimicking every move and popping them like golden runes, or if you've been trying to keep up with my level, just to have like similar stats so that you have the same kind of approach, then I know that's a little bit too late to be useful, because you would have already used them. But not to worry, if you really, really want, after you've used a remembrance and you still want the weapon that it would have awarded you by turning it in, you are in luck, because those big giant, people call them like turtles, I don't know what they're supposed to be, but they have 4 weird round long legs and feet that are just like rocks, that kind of stomp around, and they have like a temple like on their back, and they're big and tall, and you have to like attack them to make them lower to the ground, and then you can climb in the temple. I don't remember if we ran by, I think maybe 1 in this run through. There's about 4, I think, in a single playthrough without going into new game. I think there's 4 of them, maybe 1 more, but I'm not sure. And what they do is, if you see one of those and you enter, if you can get it to lower and you enter the temple, you can actually reclaim a remembrance. So yeah, not to worry, I forgot to mention it, but a little bit of my saving grace is the few things that are not perfect about my narration and explaining what I'm doing, is that you can go back and get those remembrances that you've already either sold or used for runes, and you can get them again. So not to worry if you really liked one of the weapons that the bosses were using and you're like, oh, I could be using this the whole time. So next boss we're coming into contact technically is a boss, but he really doesn't play like one, and he kind of only looks like an NPC invasion, but I mean he is technically a boss. He's just very easy if you follow the approach and you buff yourself up. Now his whole thing is that he's kind of a sorcerer, glass cannon type of character, so like don't be fooled if he gets away from you and you don't punish him early and kill him while your buffs are up. If he does get distance, he'll start just like firing sorceries at you, and they hit pretty hard. He's kind of like Renala. You remember the lady in the lake, with all of her blue sorcery and her classmates and stuff in the academy. He's kind of on that level. Doesn't take a lot of hits, as you can see. I just pretty much like 4 or 5 shot him, but he can do the same to you with like an easy 2 or 3 shot if you don't get lucky or fight him appropriately, or let him get distance on you. I just start off, he has like a monologue right at the start. Fortunately for us, you enter the boss arena and he's basically got like a speech to give you, which he'll just go through it as you're buffing up. I like to get behind him and just prepare a couple of charged heavy attacks, and he's already half health, and you just make sure, kind of like Renala, that you actually use the aggressive chase him down kind of approach. Just make sure that he doesn't get away, and just keep on hammering attacks as long as you have stamina, and he should die before he gets a chance to do anything. Otherwise, I don't have a whole lot of advice. If you let the fight play out so long, you don't have a high damaging weapon, your buffs fade, and now you're just kind of trying to go toe-to-toe. You're pretty much just dodging sorceries at that point, so good luck to you. But yeah, nothing to it. I think at this point I kill like 1 or 2 bosses real quick, just many side optional bosses that I could think of off the top of my head that are pretty close to a port that I've already grabbed a port of Grace without having to run too far, and ones that I know are in one of these like later game areas that are actually going to award a decent amount of runes. They've got, of course, a bunch of bosses in the starting areas that don't give anything worth the time it takes to kill, and then they've got some bosses in the later areas like dragons that do give a lot, but the dragons just have so much health that I was trying not to drag out this very long video even further, so I thought of the first one as a Tibia Mariner. Easy kill for what he does give, so the ratio of, a medium amount or mid-tier amount, just enough to help me level, and for how easily he can die. Just make sure you don't let that thing that he summons, the big skeleton, hit you, because that spell that he's throwing out hits pretty hard, but luckily he's kind of inconsistent about it. He's pretty slow. You can just jump on the horse and ride straight to the boss on the boat himself. Kind of a funny boss. He doesn't ever get off of the boat, and one of his attacks is literally rearing back on the boat itself and attacking you. But as you see, he's got a very low health bar. Killed him right before he was able to summon that giant skeleton right on top of me. And for what that kill is, the amount of runes he gives, basically like twice the runes as that tree sentinel that we had to kill right outside of Malekith's dungeon or boss area, which was like way harder and less runes, which makes no sense. So we kill him, and then I think there is one more, but I might not. Yeah, right away. I might take on this next boss. I think, yeah. So that worked out pretty much perfectly to where it was just over what I needed the threshold to level up a random stat and then have just a few thousand, so that way if I do die I don't care enough to worry about trying to reclaim my runes inside of a boss arena. And then I think I kill this one, and then there's one more just random optional enemy that you don't have to follow along and kill. I just wanted to get another level before the last boss. So we're on the second to last one. I like this fight quite a lot. It is challenging but still fun at the same time. And he's got a pretty cool cutscene if you want to watch that later on your own terms. But I'll go ahead and let this play out, obviously. So decent enough. Got that one on the first try. Like I said, I do really enjoy, even though he's not anything easy. You could definitely get stuck at that point. I've had some runs where I was maybe not the right build and been there for a couple hours, realized like I need to reevaluate. But with this setup, play him a certain way, he ends up giving me a little bit less trouble than some of his easier predecessors, which is kind of funny at this late in the run, right before the end. Fun fight. A lot of different movesets, as you saw. He has phase 1 and phase 2. Really cool transition cutscene into phase 2 if you watch. As you saw, he drops his axe. Now he just fights with his hands, becomes hyper aggressive, really charges at you. You see me going from just fighting kind of toe to toe with the first version, trying to just kind of dodge through the axe attacks, not really worried about it, healing when I can, and just damaging him enough to get him down to half health. The only really thing to overly concern yourself with on phase 1 is going to be this overhead telegraphed kind of wavy swing that if you see that happening when he comes down, he's about to basically explode the ground around him. You may have seen it. I think in this fight it only happened like one time. He likes to do that a lot in phase 1. You'll have to just kind of get the hang of noticing the difference between his regular axe overhead attacks that he just does, once, but the difference between the really bad one that you don't want to be anywhere near after he hits the ground and he's about to make, the fire proc up in all directions, is he's going to raise his hands holding the axe with both hands and just kind of wave it around in like a circle above his head for a couple seconds before he actually slams it, and then you just want to start running out of the way. That's pretty much it for phase 1. You can jump through when he raises his leg up and just attacks the ground with his foot when he stomps. You can actually jump that instead of having to actually dodge roll. So that's fine. The second version, for me, with this build, I end up having to switch it up and go from just standing with the toe-to-toe. I have to now fight him very defensively, as you would have seen. That's intended. I am just on the back foot the whole time, not only just dodging backwards. You'll see that I'm in most cases actually sprinting. He just lunges actually at you, and he has a lot of grab attacks. The grab attacks hit really hard. You saw I did get caught a couple of times where he does the lunge at you, grabs you, and then like basically spikes you like some kind of glorified wrestling move. Literally like just flies up in the air and like slams you down to the mat. It's like, WWF over here. But if you can dodge that one and get it down, that's one of the moves you can punish, as you saw. So whenever he would lunge, quickly get in an attack, and then just again start kind of lightly sprinting backwards, saving your stamina when you can have a good distance. There's not a lot of other attacks that I feel comfortable to consistently punish. Once in a while I'll see him do a couple of regular melees or foot kicks that I can get behind, but it's not ever, not every time, and not consistently enough. I'm really only looking for that one lunge charge that he comes at you and tries to grab, and if he can dodge that, roll into it, or roll away from it, whatever, depending on how close you are. You want to try to land. Sometimes I'll roll. If I'm far away from him, I'll roll into it, and if I'm close to him, I'll roll away, so that you land next to him and just get a quick attack in there, because he's going to be ready to start hitting you again. So anyway, enough about Horaloo. He's really fun. And last but not least, we have our boss here at the end. You saw me kill some random enemy outside of the Bestial Sanctum just to get some runes. Not required, but I just wanted to. It actually gave me more than I needed, but I'm not going to worry about it because we're at the last boss anyway. But I just wanted to pump up. It helped me get a couple more levels. So we put on the fire grease, and we go to take on Radagon. I'll let this one play up. Yeah, and so that's the last bosses you'll see in this run for the required story mode. Unfortunate, couldn't get him on the first try. He got me, of all things, shamefully with a regular old melee attack, mistimed. The Elden Beast at the end there, phase 2, I guess you can call it, even though it's a totally separate back-to-back fight with another health bar you have to go all the way through. He has a lot of moves. I mean, Elden Beast has a ton of like spell-based holy moves. They're pretty nasty. You'll see it in this next fight. He throws just about his entire arsenal at me. So the melee stuff is actually what you hope for. You can finally punish it. Radagon's pretty cool here in the first phase. He does take a lot of damage, at least for as much as he can deal. At least he takes it pretty lightly too, or I should say he takes a lot of damage too, even for as much as he can deal. So at least there's that trade-off. Because you definitely don't want to spend too much time fighting him, use all of your health potions, and then have nothing to go off of with the Elden Beast. Couple of charged R2 attacks with a heat grease, and he'll stagger. Here you want to jump through it. Does it 3 times. The third one he like rears back for a long time, but you want to jump through those. But yeah, he flies all over the screen. Just try to dodge as soon as he's coming down, and punish it when you can. I really thought I was going to dodge that, but somehow I mistimed that. That's a grab attack. Almost kills me. Look at my health. But yeah, this is again one of those, like, you're thinking about Elden Beast and just trying to get through this guy. Meanwhile, he's saying, yeah, like, you might not even make it past me. So you're trying to save and conserve as much on your health potions. Meanwhile, this fight is almost taking you to task. But again, almost died. I'm pretty good about the hammer attacks. That's the ones that you want. They're pretty easy to dodge. The lightning bolt stuff, again, basically anything that's an AoE explosions, I never did get too great about dodging those in this game. As soon as you kill him, real quickly, whatever you have to pop for buffs, I use Golden Vow, and then I have a consumable that makes me do a little bit more damage. Just, you won't have too much time, but whatever you can get off, because you'll just have a couple seconds before this fight starts. Try to hit if you can, unless you have to get behind him because of some attack like that. But if you can, every time he melees and he's standing face to face with you, try to hit the Elden Beast right there in the center of his chest. He's got this like crack in his chest that's a little bit more orange than the rest of him, and that's his weak spot. And so if you can do that, you'll see he's going to bust out just basically all of his holy attacks now. Pretty good fight, comes down to the wire, so I'll let this one play out without any further commentary. And the jump attack for the finish at the end. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Really came down to the wire. I mean, I guess I'm happy if it had to be one of two ways. Either I just destroy him really easily early on without any hits, or let it be like that where I'm just completely drained. Look at my health bar. I've got no heal potions. Yeah, he decided that, even though it's Elden Beast is more random, I find, than any other fight, in my opinion. With he can sometimes never use half of that stuff, or in my case, he decided that in the first half of the fight he was just going to just bust out every annoying holy spell based attack, and we just we suffered through it. And then he decided that he was going to chill and actually do a little bit of melee, so I could finally get some attacks in there. But that's it. You see the in-game timer as we're ported back to the round table, just over 5.5 hours. Decent enough run for my second attempt. I'll get this down on my own terms. Maybe I'll upload, if I feel like stream it again or have time, to YouTube one of the improved runs that's a little bit more to the point, shaves off some of that misdirection and the little bit of porting around in the early prep time, the couple times where I forget where to go or something like that, or I have to double back, try to clean up some of these boss fights, which can save a lot of time, try to get them on the first or second run. But otherwise, it's I'm happy enough with it, just for a showcase of proof of concept, to see what you can do as a very average player. If I can accomplish a run through, of course I think anybody can with the right setup. It's not a game that's going to carry you with your setup all the way through to the end. You're gonna have to pick up towards the later half of bosses, and start to fill in some of the gaps with some precise timing and punishing moves. But you'll always have the damage output, as you saw even at the end with Elden Beast. You just, with the Bloodhound Fang, even without any of my buffs after they had faded, I was still chunking his damage down pretty good. And so it's a good weapon for sure. There's better ones, but they aren't on the way. And so take a look around at the different videos, reviews, the different, they have tons of online articles. There's no lack of direction that you can get in this game if you want to use a different approach, a different build, spellcaster, if you want to use a different weapon. They do of course have tons of alternatives if you want to fight some of the other content or bosses. Maybe one day I'll come back around and do remembrance bosses. Again, like I was saying, remembrances are like select bosses that are there for the story mode of it. It's kind of the lore, but not all of them are required to get you to the end of the credits, which as you saw after we killed Elden Beast, we go and interact with that little statue thing to become the Elden Lord. Feel free to go through the cutscenes and the credits on YouTube. I think they're definitely worth watching if you haven't played through. And yeah, maybe I'll come back around with some of the other remembrance bosses in a later video. Probably no longer doing any commentary on that. Sorry if that was annoying, or if you had this one muted the whole time. If you made it through, great. If anyone watched it all, if there's no views, again, this was just kind of for my own purpose. I like to go through and play games when I have time. I've got a Dark Souls 3 run through that's maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years back, I can't remember, but on my channel as well. Similar approach, not a speed run, but also just a quick run, down to about like 2 hours time. So something along the same lines of just going through with a purpose and without extra exploring time, what kind of time frame could you look at? And in both cases, both games, you can definitely beat in one play session through an afternoon with the right guide. So hopefully this maybe helped or was entertaining or something. I don't know, but stay tuned. I might upload some more stuff. There's definitely some really cool bosses that we didn't show, optional. Specifically, my two favorites, Moog is like a blood spewing kind of boss, has a cool arena, just has a cool design. He has a cool spear, tough fight, optional, but he's fun. And then Radon, I really like the Radon fight, also really cool arena, and he's just by design just huge. Probably saw him if you watched the trailer for this game. Really cool fight, cool move set, cool weapons. Both of those are fun, but just not required. So maybe I'll come back around. But in any case, if I have left off anything, maybe I'll just add a little annotation or something in the description of this. I don't typically stream actively, or I'm not a content creator, so there's not a whole lot of content you're going to find to subscribe or look for my medias. But I mean, I'll put the link, I guess, to my Twitch in there in the description if you're just curious. But nevertheless, thanks for watching. Have fun with the game. If you're still fairly new to it, there's been a big resurgence, so I think players are coming back around that downloaded it but never played, or they just did the, kind of like me last year, they did the 1 or 2 run-throughs for the full exploration but never really played it again, took some time off. And then with a lot of different mods coming out lately for a randomizer, and then they have a convergence mod. If you guys want to look that up, some player base has made a lot of effort and improvements, and a lot of cool things that they're releasing on behalf of the game, not from the creators themselves, but it seems to be supported just as well. I think as long as you play offline and you're not PvPing, I think you can apply those mods from what it looks like just fine. I will probably get into that one day, just because Elden Ring all of a sudden became fun again after some months off. And so once I maybe crack out another 1 or 2 of the base game vanilla runs and get it down to about 4 hours and feel comfortable with around the 4-hour mark and see that that's doable, once I get that done, I'll probably install some of those mods and have fun with the randomizer. They've been out for a long time now, but I never did get around to it. And then the convergence, depending on when you're watching, is pretty much brand new and still being worked on, so that's not completely fleshed out yet, but changes the game approach vastly. So look up those things if you're interested. But otherwise, yep, again, thanks for watching. Take care, and I'll see you later.